Good morning. It's January 25th, and we're starting the board meeting. Our first item is preliminary matters, adoption of resolutions. The first resolution all board members can vote on, it's CM Muncaster Forest Conservation Plan Resolution, MCPB number 24007. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I second.
I'm sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. The second one, Commissioners Pedwin and Bartley abstain, so they cannot vote on this one. It is CU 2023-311 PCCP Woodshire Ruby Drive MCPB number 24-008. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The three ayes have it. The next four, 3, 4, 5, 6, Commissioner Pedalum cannot vote on those. The first one is Life Sciences. We'll do them as a group. Life Sciences Center Loop MR 2023006 MCPB number 24009. The next one is 4910, 4920 Strathmore Preliminary Plan Amendment number 1202216A MCPB number 23001. The third is 4910, 4920 Strathmore Site Plan Amendment number 82022-022A MCPB number 24-002. And the last is 4910, 4920 Strathmore Forest Conservation Plan number F20240120 MCPB number 24003. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have 4-0, 4-0. Thank you. Approval of minutes of December 7th, 2023. Should I do separate the closed session? And the closed session minutes of December 7th, 2023. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Now we're starting item number 2, record plats. The first is subdivision plat number 220230950 West Chevy Chase Heights, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next item is item number 3, regulatory extension requests. This is Clarksburg Town Center A, project plan amendment number 919940004E, regulatory review extension request number 3, preliminary plan amendment number 119950442E, regulatory review extension request number 2, and site plan amendment number 820070221, regulatory review extension request number 2, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. We have one speaker this morning to testify. It is Ms. Amy Presley. Ms. Presley, you have 3 minutes. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Board. I will try to be brief. As you know, Clarksburg Town Center has had quite a protracted history. I was involved starting in 2005 when numerous violations were uncovered, yada, yada. No point in going back to that. However, the important part in that whole timeline was that both the board at the time and the county council sent us as CTCAC, together with the developer of the time and all parties, to mediate and then arbitrate and come to a settlement agreement on our own, which we did. That was to be in lieu of any further violation hearings and any penalties levied on the developers and builders at the time. That resulted in a settlement agreement that is a formal legal agreement that was submitted to the planning board, translated by the staff at the time, led by Rose Krasnow, into what is still today valid and known as the Clarksburg Town Center Compliance Program. In 2008, the final piece of that was adopted by the board. I was at that time nominated and accepted the position as a commissioner, so I was muzzled from that time forward. That aside, what has transpired between 2008 and the time when Mr. Flanagan and his folks bought the town center was many submissions by Newland which were rejected by the board for very specific reasons, and I submitted that documentation to you. But overall, they were all rejected because they did not conform to the compliance program. Specifically, in one response, led by, again, by Rose Krasnow, it was stated that the developer had to provide the parking structures as outlined, and that they had to cover the cost of that and not transfer it to anyone that would be, a retailer, as that was part of the exchange for fines. She totaled that at the time as $8 million. Since that time, Newland submitted many more entries, submissions for their revised plans that did not meet anything between 2009 and 11. And ultimately, Mr. Flanagan and team at the time, under the label of Third Try LLC, quote unquote, bought the town center for $1. He presented to our community that he would try to do what he could to make things work, but he thought that there was too much going against it. However, he bought it for $1. He's now the successor to that program. That program is still alive. In as late as the end of 2009, Roland Stanley responded to the applicant at the time, stating that you will be fined. You can be fined $500 a day up until the day that you submit plans that are in keeping with the board's orders. And again, that wasn't done, and there was a transition. Jump to the present. After more than 16 years, town center is still waiting for something. A lot of times, things are presented to the community such that if you don't just give in and accept whatever people tell you you're going to have, you're going to get nothing. I disagree with that. I know that's not true. But today you have, sorry, time's up, but essentially you have in front of you a successor and a sign, and it's the board's responsibility, regulatory duty to enforce the compliance program. Apart from that, you put the entire project back into a stage of violations and hearings. Thank you.
I appreciate your comment. Thank you so much. We also have the applicant here and staff here if you'd like to make a comment or not. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Patrick Butler, just going to remind the board, today the question in front of you is whether or not to extend the review period so that we can complete the review and processing of the staff report, the application for your consideration. We can certainly get into these issues on the compliance plan and the other issues that Ms. Presley has raised in the letter at the time of the hearing. We fully plan on and expect that we were doing so. So today we just need a little more time to finish that report so we can begin these discussions at the hearing in late February. So our recommendation would be to extend the plan per our request so that we can bring the item before you and have these discussions in late February.
Thank you very much. Would the applicant like?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kate Cubitt, and I'm with Elm Street Development. The one thing I would like to let the board know is that I've been working with the Clarksburg Town Center community since we were the third developer that took over the project back in 2012. And during our tenure, we have worked very closely with the entire community to come up with a plan that works for everybody. The previous plan that was
That does nothing to do
approved,
with the compliance program.
the previous plan that was approved was rejected by grocers and retailers as too expensive to build. And so with that, we came up with a plan that works. And what we're going to be putting forth in front of you imminently is a plan that will continue to work for the community. The one thing I would like to also let you know is we've been working for the better part of a decade to find a grocer who is the cornerstone of this project. Without a grocer, this center will not succeed. You need the grocer to bring people into the center and get people successful. And after a year of negotiation with a large, reputable grocer, they are ready to sign an agreement to move forward with the grocery store with the hopes to open by Thanksgiving of 2025. So after 2 decades of being a vacant piece of ground, we finally have the cornerstone piece to finally finish this project. So I'd like to ask you to please allow us to continue moving forward through the process and extend as requested in the extension request.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Ms. Presley, when the staff report is presented before, within the next couple of weeks, and then we plan to have a board meeting by the end of February, and we will address the issues that you brought up. So with that, I'd like to have a motion to approve the 30-day extension as proposed by staff.
Move that we approve the extension.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item, which is Brickyard Estates Administrative Subdivision Plan Number 620230150 and Forest Conservation Plan F20230390, where staff is recommending approving the extension number 3. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move that we approve the extension.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Our next item is the roundtable discussion. We're planning, Director Jason Sartori will give the presentation. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. For the record, Jason Sartori, Montgomery County Planning Director. So this is going to be relatively brief today, but I did want to give you a few updates. First, just yesterday, I had the opportunity to host my first all-staff meeting with the Planning Department team here. And kind of the purpose of this was to give them an opportunity to get to know me a little bit better, but not so much about, my background or where I'm from, but a little bit more about my leadership style and my expectations for the department, for them, and of myself. And, we started a conversation about their aspirations for the department. We talked about a lot of the things you see here on the screen, how we set a course for the department over the next 5 years. We talked about the 3 major pillars of Thrive, equity, environmental resilience, and economic development or economic competitiveness. And then we talked about our commitments to the community and our workplace culture. And we did a little bit of interactive polling, and it solicited a few lighthearted responses, which felt good, but at the same time, it also brought out a few other ideas and things that we need to explore a little bit deeper. And so it's just really the start of a conversation with our staff about the work we do, how we do it, and who we do it for, and just trying to kind of give a little bit of inspiration to the team. So that was yesterday. Also yesterday, I'll start by saying, give it a little bit of Annapolis news. Happy to announce that we've learned that the transportation planning bill that would have removed most transportation planning elements from our master plans has been withdrawn. So I know that you had previously indicated your disagreement with that bill, and we've been advocating quite regularly and strongly against the bill, as we believe that it's completely against planning best practices to not have land use and transportation planning integrated. And so we were happy to see that withdrawn. That said, later this afternoon, our General Counsel, Deborah Borden, will be briefing you and giving you an update on other activities and other bills in Annapolis. We continue to review and provide comments to the state delegation, to various state agencies on a number of bills related to housing, pedestrian safety, solar collection systems, speed limits, trail lighting. There are also a whole slew of things that relate to the work that we do here at the Commission, and so we're continuing to be involved with all of that. And just yesterday, our leadership team attended an event led by the Maryland Association of Counties in Annapolis that gave us the opportunity to once again interact with folks from our state delegation. So in this image here, you see Deputy Director Rich Hall. Robert Cronenberg. Next to him is Rich Hall, who is from Prince George's Planning, obviously Chair Harris, and Parks Director Mitty Figueredo, Acting Deputy Director Bridget Breuer, and myself at the event. And then I also have our fearless leader, Chair Harris, and our other fearless leader in the state, Governor Moore, having an exchange about housing policy. And so this was just a great opportunity to continue to talk about our priorities. I also wanted to, earlier this week, talk about, give you an update on our Tacoma Park minor master plan amendment. Earlier this week, we had a bus tour of the plan area with the county council and county council staff members. And later this evening, the council is holding its public hearing on the plan at Tacoma Park Middle School. And the first of three anticipated, where you anticipate to be three committee work sessions, will be next Monday. So this is moving forward. I think you approved this plan, your draft of this plan last month. So just wanted to let you know that the council seems eager to move on this, and it's going to be going forward starting next week. Also, I'm quite thrilled about this to see that our peers on the national stage have recognized the great work of our staff by choosing two of our proposals to present at the American Planning Association's National Conference in Minneapolis this April. The first is from Mid-County Planner Zubin Adrianvala. His proposal, which is titled Analyze This, Making Sense of Community Feedback, it was accepted for an innovation talk. Zubin will be demonstrating the cutting-edge methods that we've used for gathering and analyzing community feedback on our master plan efforts. And I'm also excited personally to be joining Rebecca Ballo and John Lieberts from our Historic Preservation Office to talk about, to give a presentation on our mapping segregation project. And that is in April. Also wanted to just highlight that last Friday, a Sprouts, and we heard earlier about a potential opportunity up in Clarksburg. This is around a grocer. Here we have Sprouts Farmers Market, a grocery store that opened in Burtonsville Crossing Shopping Center. The community has been undergoing a revitalization, and the Sprouts is a welcome addition to this part of East County, as it will surely enhance the shopping experience for the community and provide more options in the area. The previously vacant shopping center was the site of a massive planning department placemaking festival in 2019. It was a huge success, and it kind of led the way for some of the other placemaking activities that we've done over the years. And I just wanted to let you know that we continue to place a strong emphasis on placemaking, and we'll be coming back to the board soon with our strategic plan for placemaking and some other, to highlight some of the other upcoming events that we have. And then lastly, just wanted to give on the personnel front, and you'll see there's another connection here to placemaking. We have one new person who's joined us this week, Audrey Vogel, joined the Up-County Planning Division just on Monday as a Planner 2. She's going to be helping to lead our Damascus placemaking event that we'll be holding in the fall. And she's also going to be assisting with a number of other master plans and studies that our Up-County team has underway. Audrey comes to us from the city of Durham, North Carolina, where she was a planner overseeing land acquisitions and management strategies for the city's open space program. She earned a bachelor's degree in environmental science and policy at the University of Maryland, and a master's degree in city and regional planning at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. So we welcome Audrey to our team. That is the last of my slides, and so like I said, it was going to be a relatively quick update today, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Oh, I will say probably next week or in 2 weeks when I present again, I think we'll see if we can do a demonstration of a new interactive map that we have that provides census data in a pretty cool format, our Montgomery Pop Stats map. So I'll see if we can get someone from our research team to come in and give a little demo of that.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work on the legislative front. That's really, really important to do and get us out there. Thanks for getting your team going and your first all-staff report. So thanks for all your hard work and your leadership.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're going to take a 1-minute break, and then we'll start with item number 6, annexation petition from the city of Gaithersburg for a vacant 5-acre property that is located west of South Frederick Road, Maryland 355, north of I-370, and south of O'Neill Drive. Public hearing where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the city of Gaithersburg and City Council and the Montgomery County Council. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, annexation petition from the city of Gaithersburg for a vacant 5-acre property that is located west of South Frederick Road, north of I-370, and south of O'Neill Drive, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the city of Gaithersburg mayor, the city council, and the Montgomery County Council. And Nakasi Yearwood is here from staff to present this report. Thank you. Good morning, Natasi.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Board members, so this is an annexation petition from the city of Gaithersburg, and Coast Yearwood for the record. So we'll do a couple things this morning. We'll talk about a bit of background on annexations. It's something the board typically doesn't see on a regular basis, and then we get into the application as well. We also have, via Teams, representatives from the KC Trust, as well as representatives from the city of Gaithersburg, if you have any questions for them. So annexations are really governed by the annotated code of the state. The citations are within your staff memorandum, and this is just a brief overview. Section 4-401 in terms of enlargement of municipal boundaries. So the power to annex is embedded in the state code. It really applies to land with municipalities. In terms of one of the key sort of thresholds is really looking at the different land use and densities regarding the zone that moving from the county into the city. And we have in its staff memorandum in terms of the differences or the similarities actually between the CRT zone and the CD zone, which is a proposed zone that this property will be going into. And then we also have maximum expansion limits, which all municipalities have. So on the screen, the graphic on the right portion is showing the maximum expansion limits of the city of Gaithersburg. That's in the sort of light yellow color. You could also see municipalities of Rockville, their current boundaries, as well as the current boundaries of the town of Washington Grove, all independent municipalities within the Shady Grove area. And all of them have their own maximum expansion limits. So the code also—
Before you go, because that was one of my questions, if you go back to maximum expansion limit, does that mean that, for example, I don't know, city of Gaithersburg is the yellow one, so the limit of expansion or annexation should stay within those yellow lines?
For the city of Gaithersburg, correct, yes.
Okay, so what is the black line that between comes all the way down? Is that any designation of separation? You know, there is this black line south of town of Washington Grove and comes down. Is that black line separate any portion of the Gaithersburg? Because the yellow part in the south is included in the maximum limit, correct?
So the black line is showing the existing boundary of the town of Washington Grove. That's in the dark.
No, it continues all the way into the yellow.
Okay, this.
Yeah, this line in here.
So the yellow within the black line, is that where they can expand?
That's where they can expand. Maximum expansion is potential.
But they can
It's
expand
potential
here.
expansion. Yes, based on if there's a property owner in that vicinity and it meets the threshold and requirements of the annotated code, the potential expansion could go in that direction. So that's all it's saying. So the area that's highlighted in red here is the proposed annexation site, noted at an intersection of South Frederick and I-370.
And I just wanted to add for the record, Carrie Sanders, Chief Mid-County Planning. The black line on the map that's before you on slide 2 also shows this Shady Grove sector plan boundary, which is the current county
Okay, I
boundary.
got it.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense. I was wondering why it is there. Okay, thank you.
In addition to, in terms of some additional procedures, so much of the initial municipal actions come from when a property owner submits an application, it comes through the city, it comes to us for advisory review, which is today's action, and then it also goes to the county council for their action as well. The council has a decision regarding the zoning, if it's similar or different, where they could potentially delay up to 5 years any activity on that particular property that's up for annexation. In some cases, they could also waive that if that's a decision up to the county council as well in terms of their action. Much as I noted on this slide here, much of the annexation plan, consistency with the municipality's growth comprehensive plan, resolution, et cetera, all of that is done by the municipality. The municipality mayor and council has the final decision and action regarding annexations. So to deal with today's annexation of Casey property, intersection of 355 and I-370, and there also Shady Grove Road. The property owner is a Casey Foundation. It's within the sector plan for Shady Grove. The existing zone is commercial residential town. The municipality that's annexing is the city of Gaithersburg, and the proposed Gaithersburg zone is the corridor development zone. So this is the same zone that last year the Walnut Hill Shopping Center was annexed into. Something that the board also approved last year. So the property today is vacant. It has a variety of some sort of zoning history. The 2006 plan had zoned it for employment. The 2021 plan revised that for mixed-use residential, and it supports residential development on the property. It's right adjacent to the Rosedale Apartments, which is also owned by the Casey Foundation. And it's going to be a critical piece in terms of future redevelopment that the foundation is looking to do for the Rosedale Apartments. So annexation will permit the property owner to essentially have one jurisdiction to review their plans rather than having Montgomery County as well as City of Gaithersburg. So as shown here on the phasing plan, the notion is that this vacant site will be used for phase one for development purposes, and then it will continue different phases of the existing Rosedale Apartments as they redevelop and move things around. You see an illustrative concept plan in terms of initial thinking that the property owner is thinking about. But in order to do everything that's shown in the illustrative plan, they need a consistent zoning, and that's something that will be done with the City of Gaithersburg after the annexation. A bit about the Rosedale Apartments, because it's one of those unique parts of the county. Existing market rate, so the naturally occurring affordable units there, been built since the 70s. You can see the existing rents are clearly affordable. And the notion that moving forward with future redevelopment is that this will be sort of a mixed income community, but also highly specific amounts regarding affordable housing will continue to have at all the different sites here within the future redevelopment as part of the Rosedale Apartments as well as the annexed property. A bit on the master plan, I noted this in 2021, when we did the plan, we specifically called out this parcel, noting that it could be annexed into the city of Gaithersburg, and there's language in the plan that talks about it's primarily residential, given its orientation to the sites to the north as well as the potential mixed use to the south. And you could see the existing zoning there in terms of commercial residential town. A bit on some of the key findings that we detail even more in the staff memorandum is that the property today is adjacent and contiguous to the existing city boundaries of the City of Gaithersburg. Public notice has been provided to us and other agencies. The densities between the zones are essentially the same in terms of corridor development zone. CD zone permits both residential and non-residential uses. Actually, the building heights are much lower in the CD zone versus the 80 feet that exists today. And the city's plan from 2009, which is shown here on this graphic, talked about potential annexation of this property. So our recommendation, as noted in the staff memo, is to support the annexation request and to transmit comments to the City of Gaithersburg mayor and council, as well as the county council, noting that it's consistent with the annotated code requirements. It's a substantial conformance with, obviously, the sector plan, and the proposed densities are essentially, it's not substantially higher in the CD zone as a corridor development zone within the city limits. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. I do have a question for the benefit of citizens that may be watching online. Is annexation a one-way street process where a previously unincorporated piece of land or parcel, a city applies to adjoin that to their jurisdiction, or is there a duality to it, meaning the county consents or another jurisdiction consents to the annexation? Or is it a situation where the city of Rockville or any other city, therefore, in the county can make an application to annex land that is not part of a municipality? Thanks.
Was that one question or several questions? I think
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the city of Gaithersburg has put in an application to annex this portion of land, and this portion of land is not currently part of the city of Gaithersburg. What jurisdiction is this piece of land part of? And if this land is part of another jurisdiction, does that jurisdiction need to participate? Or is it simply the city of Gaithersburg saying this is a proximate parcel of land that is not incorporated or part of a jurisdiction, and therefore we want it? Does the county need to consent to it, or is it just an application to join it to the city of Gaithersburg?
Okay, so there are several things there, and I'm trying to unpack them. So the city and the property owner initiated this to the city. So another municipality you cannot have two municipalities essentially having control over the same parcel of land. So that's why the state requires them to do maximum expansion limits that clearly delineate where the municipality can potentially grow into the future. So yes, the county will have a county council will eventually have a role in terms of telling the property owner as well as the city of Gaithersburg that yes, we're okay with you shifting this land from Montgomery County into the city of Gaithersburg because it's consistent with the annotated code of the state. It's been talked about in several plans, et cetera. That's sort of the process. We don't have currently, and I know I see legals for the applicant on the screen, Mr. Dalrymple, but there's no currently on the state annotated code any process where you could have land that was the county could sort of potentially reclaim a parcel of land that was in a municipality and potentially have it back, for example. So the code doesn't really address that, but right now how it's laid out is essentially an applicant, the property owner petitions the city for a piece of ground, and then we follow this process regarding the annexation, as laid out by the state.
And if I may add, Carrie Sanders, thanks for the question, Commissioner Bartley. From time to time, the board will see these annexations, and the key to remember is that the annexations are governed by this maximum expansion limits that Mr. Yearwood showed us at the beginning there. And so when we see master plans or regulatory projects that come before you, we try to also give you the information about the maximum expansion limits. We'll be doing that with the Great Seneca Plan as that comes before you, because we know that that's something that you're wanting to track as well. But the maximum expansion limits are really the key. If the proposal's within that, then that's been established by the state, these maximum expansion limits, then there's a very strict regulatory process, which is Section 4401 of the code, that they have to follow. And this is one of the steps in the process today, which is your comments that then go to the county council and to the city of Gaithersburg. So hopefully that clarifies the process a bit for you.
I have one general and one specific. This piece of land is all wooded, correct? Because when I look at the map, it showed that the entire land is wooded.
Could you
It's like it's forested.
correct. You have a variety of vegetation on it, correct?
Okay, so we don't know the majority of those forests would be removed.
We do not at this time, no.
Okay, and the other question, these are the things that, I do not know. I understand the reason of annexation, but then the county loses control. But City of Gaithersburg is a good jurisdictions. They do really good projects. The other question that I have, you showed the existing affordable housing that has rents for $38,000 to, I don't know, what was it, $40,000, was very low minimum amount. And then the replacement that they're going to do for it, is it any way guaranteed that it's going to provide no less of units that can be affordable for this range of income? Because when you said it's going to be affordable, I do not know what that exactly means. Is it going to be in the same range, or we don't know, or is it something that now is in the hands of the City of Gaithersburg to work?
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Dalrymple answer that, but there will be an annexation agreement between the City of Gaithersburg and the property owner that will specify the ranges of affordable housing that will be associated with this overall redevelopment. So I'll let Mr. Dalrymple, who's the attorney for the property owner, give you
The
more
only
context.
question, is it no net loss to this very affordable housing that is existing there? And also if we could have some protection for the forest that is there, I don't know.
Well, in terms of the wooded area, there's been a preliminary examination of it based on the work that the city as well as the applicant team has done. And there are a variety of invasives, et cetera, that's been
Yeah, I don't
documented
know how good
there.
is the forest.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we know that today. So likely to, in terms of the proposed plan, you'll have a reforested area that was recommended in the sector plan, will be carried forward in terms of the area near, was shown here on the screen on this submitted annexation plan. You'll have sort of a green edge that'll be reforested in terms of their initial concepts for the redevelopment of the property. So that'll be consistent with what the sector plan had recommended. And then in terms of the affordable housing, I think the project team representatives are more equipped and more informed regarding. But in terms of what we know today is that 75% of the future project will have a broad range of affordable housing, probably deeper than today's MPDU thresholds. But I think it would be better to have Mr. Dalrymple and others who are part of the Casey Trust to answer that, give you more context on that.
Okay.
Would you like for me to address those now? I'm more than happy to do that. For the record, Bob Dalrymple with the law firm of Selzer Gervich, representing the Casey Foundation. To answer those questions directly, Commissioner, the total new units to be developed on both the annexed property and the redevelopment of Rosedale will have 75% of those units set aside for affordable housing pursuant to the Internal Revenue Service guidelines. And that's for income levels of between 40 and 70%, I think it is. The intent here is to do between 40 and 60% of area median income for those 75%, leaving the other 25% as market units to allow tenants to stay put should their incomes suddenly exceed the limits allowed under the affordable housing program. So it's more than a lot than just a net offset. There's going to be a lot more affordable housing provided. That's the entire mission of the foundation. The other thing that I think is important to note is that with the redevelopment of the adjacent Rosedale apartments, which are all in the city of Gaithersburg, it's going to allow the redevelopment to occur in phases such that there will be no tenant displacement as the new project is developed. So the existing residents of Rosedale, the annex parcel will develop first. The existing tenants can be moved into those units, and then redevelopment of Rosedale. So I think it's an excellent opportunity. It's a tremendous benefit to this area for this level of affordable housing. As to the forest, there will be a buffer between the project and Interstate 370. Mr. Unterberg is more equipped to handle the specifics of it. My understanding is that most of the forest, most of the trees are non-native and are not considered worthy of protecting. So I think that consistent with the forest laws, it's okay for those trees to come down. That said, we do want to preserve a buffer and enhance it with new plantings as well, which we will do as we go through the city of Gaithersburg's very extensive entitlement processes. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, but we're excited about this project. We did make a threshold decision once it was determined that Rosedale needed to be redeveloped because the units are old and cannot be retrofitted or upgraded and be consistent with the standards of living that we want these residents to have today. Once that decision was made, then the decision to annex became a pretty easy one. We did not want to go through two different jurisdictions' entitlement processes to allow this project to become a whole. Because it wasn't within the maximum expansion limits of the city of Gaithersburg, it was a pretty easy decision, and the zoning is consistent, so I think it should be pretty clean moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just out of curiosity again, could you say what's the current density, like how many units are there now versus once it's built out, all phases, what you plan to have?
And I'll butcher the numbers, so I'll let Gary go ahead and answer that.
Good morning, Gary Unterberg with Rogers Consulting. Right now, there's 192 units on site. What's on the screen, the pink area, there's 90 units. And in the purple or blue area, there's 102. And to the point, we're going to be adding affordable housing. Right now, the illustrative on screen shows roughly up to 500 units. And when you do this, per the nonprofit mandates with this site, when we do up to 75% within those parameters of the affordable program, that's over 375 units that would be in that affordable range. So we're going to be adding affordable units from the 192 that are there today by combining the three sites together.
Great, thank you. If there's no further discussion, yeah, thank you for presenting this. Given the sites will have similar densities, given the amount of affordable units, this is great that you're moving forward with this. And do I have a motion to transmit comments to the City of Gaithersburg, Mayor and City Council, and the Montgomery County Council?
I so move.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take a 2-minute break. We'll come back in 2 minutes. We'll do item number 7, Montgomery Auto Park Sales, Lot 7, Site Plan Amendment number 81995038A, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Montgomery Auto Park sale, lot number 7, site plan amendment number 819950338A. Public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And from planning staff here, we have Philip Estes to present the report. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Philip Estes with the Up County Division. I'm here with the review team to present Montgomery Auto Sales Park, which she mentioned is a site plan amendment. This proposal is to expand the existing building by 2,036 square feet to accommodate 4 new vehicle service bays, and it's also has a forest conservation exemption. The applicant has met all the noticing requirements for this application. They have posted the sign and mailed a notice of application. To date, staff has not received any community comments concerning the application. The vicinity and neighborhood shown here in this image, the subject property is highlighted with the teal shading. This is located in the Briggs-Cheney area of Fairland, and it is just south of the Briggs-Cheney Marketplace, and it is located within the Montgomery Auto Sales Park, and as you all probably are familiar with, it is a regional auto sales center with numerous automobile dealerships and services. A couple of images from the street to show the subject property. The top image is from Automobile Boulevard. This is the front-facing entrance of the Nissan dealership. The bottom image is along Briggs-Cheney Road, and this is the rear-facing portion of the existing building. The addition would be placed at this position on the rear side. The zoning of the property is GR, General Retail, shown here is shaded in pink, as are the surrounding properties, GR as well. Across Briggs-Cheney Road is some residential zoning, R20 and RT10, and those are developed with multifamily housing. Zooming in a little closer here on the subject property, this is at 3221 Automobile Boulevard. It is located within the newly adopted 2024 Fairland Master Plan. It is 1.76 acres, and it's currently a Nissan dealership, and there are no sensitive environmental features present on site. As I mentioned, this is a 2,036 square foot addition to the existing building. The addition is shown here, shaded in orange, and the existing building is shaded in gray. There are no changes to the vehicular circulation. The parking complies with the 2014 zoning ordinance. The applicant is adding a new row of trees planted along Briggs-Cheney Road, identified here with the round circles. They're also providing additional screening and restoring the original landscape plan. As you can see, the other trees that will be planted, some of them have died, and some of them will need to be removed as they're invasive species. So they're going to restore the original landscaping plan with this as well. And with that, staff recommends approval of this site plan amendment, and we're available for any questions or comments.
Any comments or questions from the commissioners?
Just one quick one.
Okay.
Nope.
Go, please.
I was just wondering if the entrance or the access from Briggs-Cheney or anything is going to be changed or adjusted. Is there any change to driveways, any of that coming into the property?
The applicant is proposing to replace existing chain link fence and gates along that frontage with a wrought iron looking fence, and they will have that entrance closed, and they will only use it for occasional deliveries,
Okay.
but it's generally closed.
Okay, so moving it around to the Automobile Boulevard
The
side.
primary entrance
Yeah,
is on Automobile Boulevard.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just quickly on the last point you made about the tree plantings, it looks like, currently, and you mentioned some of these maybe are invasives or trees potentially not in great condition. So is the plan to remove all of the trees along Briggs Cheney in order to make space for these new plantings, or are they going to maybe try to save some of them and kind of intersperse the new things?
No, these are supplemental trees
Okay.
along Briggs Cheney. I don't recall that the portion along Briggs Cheney had invasive trees. It was mostly on the northern property line.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other comments or questions? Do I have a motion for approval?
I would move that we approve the site plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. We'll take 2 minutes, and we'll go to our next item, which is item number 8, which is 7025 Strathmore Street, sketch plan number 320240030, public hearing, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 8, 7025 Strathmore Street, sketch plan number 320240030, public hearing, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, and Grace Bogdan with planning staff is here to provide the presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. Yes, Grace Bogdan with Down County Planning, presenting a new sketch plan for 7025 Strathmore Street. Today we are recommending approval of the sketch plan, and if the planning board does approve, this will require subsequent applications for preliminary plan and site plan review. This project is located in downtown Bethesda, 1 block west of Wisconsin Avenue. This area is the beginning of the South Bethesda district, and it is characterized by a transition to lower density residential with garden apartments ranging in 2 to 5 stories and single-family dwellings farther to the west. The property is highlighted on your screen in the red dashed line. It does have frontage on Woodmont Avenue, Strathmore Street, and a public alley to the rear. The public alley has access from Woodmont Avenue down to Bradley Boulevard, and this functions as a two-way alley. The width of the alley varies along the entire length. However, along the site frontage, it is 20 feet in width. Strathmore Street is, it's a street that sort of varies in its direction. So Strathmore Street towards Woodmont Avenue is a one-way only out to Woodmont Avenue, but it does function as a two-way in and out of Bradley Boulevard to the south. The property itself is 1.34 tract acres in size, and it has a zoning of CR 1.5 with a commercial FAR of 0.25, residential 1.5, and a maximum height of 70 feet. And this is within the Bethesda Overlay Zone and Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. Here are some more images of the subject property itself. On the top left side of your screen is an image taken from Strathmore Street looking south. The subject property is on the left side of your screen. As you can see, it is currently developed with garden-style apartments. 32 units exist on site today. And on the right side of your screen across the street is the Wellington condominiums. It's a 3-story building, and in the front you can see that there are tandem parking spaces adjacent to Strathmore Street. On the bottom left side of your screen is an image taken looking down the public alley. So this image is taken from Woodmont Avenue looking south. Again, this is a 20-foot wide alley, and the subject property is on the right side of your screen. As you can see, there currently are existing utilities along the site frontage within the alley. Just to highlight a couple things on the aerial on the right side of your screen, to the southeast of the site, there is a project that was recently approved by the planning board, referred to as 7000 Wisconsin Avenue. This is a mixed-use building which fronts on Wisconsin Avenue through to the public alley in the rear. And this project is under construction currently and is providing a portion of a sector plan through block connection, which will allow pedestrians walking on Wisconsin Avenue to walk through the site to the public alley. And currently on this subject property, there is an existing sidewalk at the southern property line, which will then carry walkers through to Strathmore Street.
So this public alley, the land underneath belongs to the county. Who is maintained? Who has the ownership and maintenance responsibility for this public alley?
It's a public alley that's maintained by DOT.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So today, the applicant is proposing a new sketch plan to redevelop the property with a new residential building up to a maximum density of 170,000 square feet. And this will equal to up to 180 units, with 15% of those being MPDUs. This will utilize a portion of Bethesda Overlay Zone density up to 81,859 square feet. The building will be maximum 70 feet in height and will provide structured parking and will be undergrounding utilities on all frontages, including the public alley. A rendering of the proposal is on the right side of your screen. We have changed to north, so just to get your bearings, Woodmont Avenue is now towards the left side of your screen. Strathmore Street is running left to right on the bottom of your screen, with Wisconsin Avenue at the top, parallel, and the public alley in the middle. As you can see here, this project will be providing the remaining portion of the through-block connection, expanding that existing sidewalk into a formal through-block connection, a portion of which will be contained under the building above. And the applicant is proposing to have a main entrance out to Strathmore Street.
So this block connection is not going to be for cars, correct? It's mostly pedestrian and bikeways, or the cars can get there too?
This through-block connection will be for pedestrian bicyclists only.
Yeah.
This slide here shows more specifics on the access and circulation. The applicant is proposing to provide loading and garage access off of the public alley, as this is the preferred location within our zoning ordinance, given that the public alley is 20 feet in width. MCDOT has been involved heavily in the review of the sketch plan application, and they have provided an agency letter, which is included in your attachments today as attachment B. In that letter, DOT is asking for further analysis of the operations off the alley at the time of preliminary plan, and this analysis includes three main things. The first of which is an operational analysis of the alley at both Woodmont Avenue and Bradley Boulevard to evaluate the new 7000 Wisconsin Avenue development, as well as the impact of this development. Secondly, the DOT is requesting truck turning movements for the loading off the alley to ensure those maneuvers can occur safely, and the same with the site distance for the access points off into and out of the garage. One thing that you can sort of see here that I'd like to highlight is that the building is set back from the alley currently at 3 feet, and we are recommending a condition that the applicant look to increasing that setback at the time of site plan and preliminary plan based on that analysis. And then another thing to note on the screen again is the expansion of the through-block connection and then the main lobby entrance point out to Strathmore Street. This image here is a conceptual rendering of that proposed three-block connection. It is taken from Strathmore Street looking towards Wisconsin Avenue. As you can see, the through-block connection is partially under the building, and the applicant is currently proposing outdoor seating areas as well as landscaping and a focal feature. We have recommended a condition that the applicant provide further details at the time of site plan to ensure that it is an appropriate width and height of the space to ensure that the pedestrians walking through feel safe and comfortable. The images on your screen show the conceptual massing of the building. The image on your left is taken from Woodmont Avenue looking towards Wisconsin Avenue with Strathmore Street in the foreground. As you can see, the applicant is proposing to accentuate the unique shape of the site with a curvilinear corner. The main entrance to the building, again, will be located on the ground floor along Strathmore Street. And then above the base, the applicant is proposing to articulate the building with bays and balconies, which will help accentuate and provide a rhythm down Strathmore Street. And then the image on the right side of your screen is taken from Strathmore Street looking north to Woodmont Avenue. And you can see here a portion of the through-block connection with the proposed public seating. This project was reviewed by the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel at their September meeting, where they did find that the project is on track to receive the minimum design excellence points necessary. And then at site plan, the applicant will return and provide further details of that proposed through-block connection for review. As a CR project, this is required to achieve at least 100 public benefit points from 4 categories. Those are listed on your screen, and just some to highlight are some sector plan priorities, which is the through-block connection and exceptional design. And these will be further reviewed at the time of site plan. All noticing requirements have been met, and we did receive several items of correspondence prior to posting and after posting. Those are listed in your packet today. A predominant amount of those concerns and comments are regarding the access and circulation from the public alley, with concerns regarding the increasing amount of access from the alley for the 7000 Wisconsin project, as well as this project now, and if the alley can accommodate that, as well as general concerns about circulation surrounding the site, given that Strathmore Street is one way out to Woodmont, and there are medians in certain directions that restrict turning movements. There's a concern that this will result in cut-through traffic, additional cut-through traffic on the alley and other streets in the area. Again, this is something that is not approved with the sketch plan. This is a conceptual understanding, and these items will be further addressed at preliminary plan with the additional analysis required by DOT. We also received concerns from the neighboring property owners regarding the amount of density that's proposed with the project. However, this is something that is a major goal of the sector plan to get more housing near public transit, and so this is something that we're supportive of. We also received a comment regarding potential hazardous waste on or nearby the site, and if and when that will be remediated. This is not something that's within the planning's purview. This is something that is reviewed by the state, Maryland Department of Environment, and the applicant stated that they will likely be required to provide some sort of Phase 1 environmental assessment prior to stormwater review. And then lastly, we received concerns about construction noise and impacts and activity that will likely occur later on. We're at sketch plan, so this is really early in the process. However, generally, construction impacts are reviewed after the applicant has received all planning board approvals. So once this occurs, the project moves forward to Department of Permitting Services, where they submit a construction management plan along with their building permit, which is reviewed and enforced by DPS. So staff does find that the application meets all of the standards of the zoning ordinance as applicable and conforms with the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan, and we recommend approval with conditions as outlined in the staff report, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's any public testimony. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, Chris Rulin with the law firm of Lord Shirley and Brewer. We represent the applicants in this case, Strathmore Apartments 1 Limited Partnership and Strathmore Apartments 2 Limited Partnership. With me today, we also have representatives of the applicant. Andrew Cossow is on my right, your left, and Michael Miller is at the far end of the table. Our architects are here, Architects Collaborative, Fike Tukberg, who is there, and Chong Cho. And we have our civil engineers, VICA, and our traffic consultants, Wells. We're pleased to be here in connection with this sketch plan. As you may know, the applicant, like the property I think that was here a few months back on Battery Lane, has owned and managed this apartment building for many years. As staff explained, that building is now aged and doesn't have many of the standard finishes and amenities that you'd have in a contemporary building. So we recognize the unique opportunity here to pursue the recommendations of the master plan, to promote enhanced redevelopment in the South Bethesda district, and we're very enthusiastic about this project moving forward. We appreciate staff's hard work and diligence on this. We've worked with them very closely as we've gone through the sketch plan stages, and including reaching out to, including moving through the DAP process and reaching out to the Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee. We agree with the report and we agree with the conditions that are proposed. We do have a presentation if the board is interested in it. We'd be happy to show some additional images of the project, and otherwise we're really just here to answer any questions that you may have.
Any comments or questions from the board? Would you like to see more images or?
I'm fine. I just had a quick question about the soil remediation and the hazardous materials. Is that is that standard practice, or is there any indication that there may be potential soil contamination or things when the construction starts?
VICA can speak to that, but I believe that it's standard practice for us to go through that analysis. The concern that was raised came from a letter that came in and noted that on some of the adjacent projects there were, I think, soil contaminants found from a dry cleaner use that used to be in the vicinity.
Oh, yeah.
This property has been improved with multi-family apartments for decades, so I don't know what would be found, but we would be looking at that.
Okay. And it's not a brownfield site or anything like that?
No.
Yeah, I didn't see anything in there. Just double check, make sure. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? So a couple of questions out of curiosity. What is your proposed unit mix, for this project? And also, I may missed it or just didn't pick up on it. The curiosity, the number of parking spaces you're proposing.
Yeah. Do you want to speak to that? Turn your microphone on as well. One moment.
Okay. Also, given I saw you had it's 170,000 square feet of FAR, and you got 180 units, so it looks like they may be skewed more toward the smaller units or one bedrooms or something. I just out of curiosity, what's the unit count and
We'll
the
let
unit
the
mix?
architect speak to this. I think there are images that go with this answer. So.
Okay, great. Also, unless it's market-driven, the council is going through a ZTA about minimizing parking, within a certain area. I don't know if you thought about taking advantage of that and potentially lowering your I don't know what the parking is, but the opportunity to lower your parking count if
We certainly do a lot of evaluation when we get through to the site plan step.
Yeah, okay.
We are already proposing below the minimum parking, I believe, for part of our public benefits package.
Okay, great.
Good morning. My name is Faik Tugberg. I'm with the Architects Collaborative. Great to be here presenting this building to you today. Grace has done an excellent job describing it, so hopefully we don't have to go through the building again. But the tabulations are, this is a market-oriented mix. We have about 35% studios, which have small sleeping spaces in it, not a sort of a typical studio where you sit and sleep. And then we have approximately, 45% one-bedroom, different size combinations. And then the balance, about 15% are one-bedroom, then two-bedroom units. And the areas of these units are not small. They are basically average in the marketplace. If I can give an example, studios will be somewhere around 550 to 600 square feet, and one-bedrooms would be 750 or so, depending on the tier and location. And the two-bedrooms will be 1,000 to 1,100 square feet. Fairly typical for what we're doing.
Okay. Thank you so much. So also, the community had a lot of comments about circulation, and then we understand that that'll be ferreted out during the preliminary site plan process. So, I'm good with that. So if no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval of the sketch plan 320240030 with approval with staff's conditions?
Yeah. I'll move that we approve sketch plan number 3/2024-0030 with conditions by staff.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Look forward for you moving forward with the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take an hour. Is it an hour break now? We'll be back at 12:45. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good afternoon. We're on item number 11, state legislative update by our Commission General Counsel Deborah Borden, where she'll present several of the items, latest legislative agendas that the board should be aware of, and some of them that will need board support. So, good afternoon, General Counsel Borden, and we look forward to your discussion.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Deborah Borden, General Counsel, and with me today is Jordan Balcom Colbert. We are in the throes of our legislative session. I do have an update on a local bill that we spoke to you about several weeks ago. And that is PGMC 113, the Transportation Planning Bill that was submitted by Senator Kramer. Senator Kramer has withdrawn that bill, and we did have a good discussion with Senator Kramer a couple of days ago about that and some other general items. And we just want to report back to you that we think that's a good result. We did commit to the senator that we will work with our agency partners to make sure that we get the lead agency MOU, that we get that updated as quickly as we can. We did explain, though, that that is dependent on the other agencies being, committed to a timeline. And so we're going to do our best to get everybody on board as soon as we can so that we can get that done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the first item that we have for you is really just a briefing. We won't be asking you for a vote on this one. This is the governor's land use housing, affordable housing bill. It's Senate Bill 484. We literally just got this bill a couple of days ago, but we have been working on it even before we got the bill because we had outlines, we had drafts, we had information from MACO on the bill. This has been percolating for quite some time, even before the session started. So we did have some advance information about it, and we have been working on it. The bill is a little different. It is an attempt by the state to do something that they don't normally do, which is land use and zoning regulations, really, from the state level that would apply to the locals and would really sit on top of their local zoning ordinances. And what I mean by sitting on top, Senate Bill 484 has a bonus density. It talks about height and other development standards that may or may not be applicable when you have an affordable housing project that qualifies under this act. Now, the act is drawn somewhat narrowly because some of the provisions only apply, for instance, if you are a nonprofit building affordable housing. Other provisions only apply if you're getting, if the project is being funded by DHCD, so the state's Department of Housing and Community Development. So they have grants that they award each year for affordable housing projects. And so some of these provisions are specifically for projects that are getting that state funding. But that said, there are still some issues that we have with the language and with some of the provisions, specifically, the provision that talks about if the APF would prevent a permit from being issued, APF standards, then they somehow get to be waived and the permit has to be issued anyway. Well, that's a big deal, even if it's only for projects that are funded by the state. That could be a big deal because it really goes to the heart of the purpose of APF, which is to have new development pay for its impact on our infrastructure. So we really want to talk about that and some other things in this bill. We hope to have some specific amendments, proposed amendments for you next week. And we will be working with a lot of people to try to get this done. MACO is definitely involved in this bill, as well as DHCD, which actually drafted the bill. And we have interest from both counties as well as their county housing departments. They're all interested in making sure that this bill does us some good, as you know, as opposed to does us any detriment to you know, the programs and policies that we already have in place. We've gotten the impression that really this bill is not designed for the two largest counties in Maryland, which have a lot of history of working to increase the availability of affordable housing. This is really designed for other places that are not as far down that road of you know, looking at density around their transit stops and trying to increase the affordable housing around those TOD areas. So I hope that gives you a quick overview. If you have any questions about it, we will be bringing this back next week, probably more than just next week too. This is going to be an ongoing discussion to try to get us to a bill that works for everybody. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody in the state. So this is going to be, you know, an ongoing discussion, and it's going to be a series of tough decisions, I think, because we just want to make sure that our two counties are, you know, not left behind, and certainly not negatively impacted by any of these new rules.
Debbie, is this just for a state-funded project, or is it even though if it is local funding, a state can do that?
Well, some of the provisions are specifically tied to whether the affordable housing project is funded by DHCD. Okay, so the APF language is specifically tied to those projects that are funded by the state. The other language that talks about you know, just the development standards, you can't use the development standards to make an affordable housing project too expensive to build. I mean, that's basically what it's saying. But the problem is, of course, our development standards are designed to do a lot of things, one of which, you know, may be safety. Another thing may be you know, amenities, it may be quality, it may be all kinds of reasons that we have development standards that are tailored to different areas. You know, development standards in Bethesda look very different from the development standards in Germantown. And we've thought a great deal about those different standards. And so we really just want to make sure that, you know, that the state is aware that these things are different in different areas, and they're different for a reason. And, you know, development standards, in our view, in our counties, are not designed to prevent projects from going forward. They are designed with all kinds of other things involved, and those other things have merit. So we really want to make sure that everybody, you know, gets that, you know, we're not, you know, we're not a problem in the sense that, you know, we want our affordable housing, we want it near Metro, we want our residents to have safe, quality housing. And you know, any suggestion that affordable housing should be of a lesser quality is really just not something that we can get behind. So we're really focused on that.
Yeah, but I totally agree with you. But I am just wondering, because I had heard that before during my time with the commission and others, that I had heard that some developers or firms or whatever, they have been complaining that some of the requirements that it's how the building look like or something like that, it's going to make it expensive. I had heard that before, that it's going to make it expensive, that we cannot afford to do that many MPDUs, especially if they have high percentage of MPDUs. So I'm not saying I support what you said 100%, but I'm just saying that when we are writing the amendments, we should be cognizant that some of the complaint may be coming from people that they have been feeling that some of the exterior requirement, excellence in design, or do this and that, is going to make the construction expensive, that it's not going to make it affordable to land itself. I had heard that a few years ago, and now it's showing up itself in this kind of development standard.
Absolutely, and that's perfectly understood. We understand that that is a constant balancing act, you know, with APF as well as with design standards. You know, you want housing that is hitting all of your different, you know, income levels and price points. And so, you know, you have to balance, you know, all of these different interests, but particularly quality as well as affordability. And so we get that. We understand, and you know, we certainly understand that, you know, other areas of the state have different takes on what that means, what that balance looks like. So, you know, again, I do get it, and I'm just, I guess I'm telegraphing to you that this is going to be a pretty monumental thing to get done, and it's going to take a lot of discussion with a lot of stakeholders.
So we look forward to all your hard work and hearing next week how you and the legislative support and planning staff have moved forward on this and any feedback based on our recommendations. So great, thank you for that briefing, and I guess you have a few more to do, correct?
I do, and they should be a bit quicker. So the next one is HB 3. This is a bill that is sponsored by Delegate Stewart, who was nice enough to give us an advance copy of this bill. So we actually do have comments that we have vetted from through both planning departments. And so this bill, again, it's in the same theme of affordable housing, but this bill would require local jurisdictions to establish and implement expedited development review process for affordable housing. And so we, in speaking with Delegate Stewart, we provided him information about the expedited processes that we both have already in Montgomery and Prince George's counties. And we want to make sure that, again, that our existing expedited process, if they have to be tweaked, that they can be done so in a very easy and expeditious manner, and that to the extent that, you know, we're already hitting certain benchmarks, that we get credit for that. Again, you know, we understand that, you know, elsewhere in the state they have other issues and frankly other priorities, and they may or may not have already developed these processes, but we have, and so we want to make sure that that is that's taken into account. So we have our comments in the package, and so we would ask you to vote to support with amendments that are in line with our comments that are in the package.
So we have what was sent out to House Bill 3 in the package, and then Commissioner Pedawam had asked for where the comments were, so maybe they were in a separate.
Yeah, I couldn't find the comments. I saw your comments, and I was actually looking for them, that where your comments are. You said it's attached. It was not attached.
Yes, The PDF is titled HB3 Delegate Stewart Housing Bill.
Is it attached to this, or is it sent as a separate email?
It should be it should have been in the same email. It should be a separate PDF.
Yeah. It's in the PDF that Catherine had sent, and it's underneath the original.
Is it here?
No, it's not in there. It's in the email.
Okay, so it's an
Yeah.
email.
Sorry about the confusion. Do you have it?
I can forward it to you. Or,
She said we've got hard copies.
yeah. Deborah, can I ask a quick question on this?
Sure.
As I'm reading it, the HB3 is basically offering, like, you have to adopt an expedited process. The expedited process can include any of a list of things. Is that more or less
Right.
accurate? I didn't see mostly. So it does offer a fair amount of flexibility. Is that just basically
Yeah.
something that makes it shorter for charitable organizations, public housing authorities, et cetera? Like
Exactly. And we do think that we are already doing this in both counties.
Okay, yeah. And I think that it's a fairly broad approach. I did want to make sure that there was one comment I had on, sorry, I'm going back to the to HB3 itself. It's a public housing authority. It's C2 at the bottom of page 2. Owned by a charitable organization or a governmental entity, a public housing authority proposing to develop affordable housing. I don't know if there's a legal issue. Often those are owned by 501c3s with under the auspices of a public housing authority. So I don't know if that needs to be clarified. And a public housing authority is sort of not, it's a quasi-governmental kind of thing. But I was just making sure that 501c3s established by a public housing authority to hold a piece of real estate would qualify under that provision.
I will definitely check on that for you.
Okay.
I actually, that language I think is a little, I wonder if it's really necessary because,
Okay.
I don't know about other jurisdictions, but in these two jurisdictions, if a public housing authority wanted to build something, we would consider that a public project.
Yeah.
And zoning wouldn't even apply. But again, I don't know how other jurisdictions treat that. So.
Well, in Rockville, and for the Rockville Public Housing Authority, which I'm speaking to, because that's what I know, like, the zoning still applies to projects that we undertake. The underlying base zoning still applies to those projects, and often the land itself is not technically held by RHE, but by a subsidiary of RHE that is a development or a 501c3. And my concern just with that is to make sure that it's clarified that the ridiculous structures pretzels we have to tie ourselves into to do affordable housing doesn't preclude, private land we purchase and put into, a separate piece of our organizational structure. So I was struck by that piece of it. I just wanted to make sure that we get a little bit of clarity on that so we don't have an issue.
Okay, we can add that to our comments.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
I think the language is broad enough, and I like your, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll just say you would know better than I would.
Yeah, I think the language, I'm not, but in general, you should follow up on Commissioner Hedrick's comment, but I think that in general, the language is broad enough, the maze, and there's a laundry list, so I support with your comments. But one of the things I did think of, it says owned. Sometimes you want to say owned or controlled, because many times a nonprofit would, they would have it work with the church, put it under contract or something. So they're going through the process while it's under so they have a control, but it's not owned yet, right? So I think if you could say owned or controlled, because that would be helpful.
Yeah, sometimes if there's a general partner, you have a general partnership or something so the ownership doesn't technically reside within the PHA or sometimes I guess even the charity or what have you, so.
But in general, I'm supportive of, and so would you, unless there are no other comments, would you like us to make a motion to?
All right.
Yes.
I would then move for us to support and transmit comments on HB03 land use expedited development review process for affordable housing.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.
Okay. Our next piece of legislation is HB 7. This is also Delegate Stewart, also an affordable housing initiative. So this bill really is in the funding column. So it establishes the Housing Innovation Pilot Program in the Department of Housing and Community Development to provide funds for mixed income and cross-subsidized housing. And so even though this bill doesn't really have too much impact on our operations, we do think it's in the column of something that we should support because it is providing additional funding for affordable housing.
I would support that.
May I ask, I'm gonna ask one small
Okay,
question.
please do.
I'm sorry, Deborah, I know we're trying to go quickly, but there's a dollar for dollar match requirement for program funds for a local public housing authority. Does that have, I guess my question is that, does that have to be, or does that have to be direct funds from the Public Housing Authority, or can it be any funds that they have, grants from other organizations, loan funding, that kind of thing? I was curious in that regard.
That's a question we can put to Delegate Stewart.
Okay.
And we can get back to you on that. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, because if it's sort of the general funds, if it's a small PHA, like we were saying, for not necessarily somebody like HOC who has their own housing production and housing innovation fund, but smaller PHAs without bonding authority or don't have much in the way of general funds, can that dollar for dollar match, if it's required, be from other funding sources typically used, such as tax credit funding or something along those lines? That is a very technical question. It's a very technical clarification question, but just to make sure that allows for the construction of the affordable housing. They usually don't have a lot of funds on hand, is what I'm trying to say.
No, that's a good question.
Right. No, it's a great question, and we'll put it to him, and he may thank us for that question because that may not be something that he thought about.
Yeah, fully supportive.
So
just,
thanks for
just to
that.
make sure that we've got that it's accessible, practically speaking. So thank you.
So do I have a motion to move forward with HB 007 with clarifications, the comments we just mentioned?
Yeah, I would move that we support with with comments and questions to the bill sponsor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.
Okay. Next, we have House Bill 17. And this is a familiar area of the land use code to us. The bill would add to the housing element of a charter county's comprehensive plan, otherwise known as our master plans, the requirement to affirmatively talk about how the county is going to affirmatively further housing and affordable housing in your master plans. So we already talk about housing. We have a housing element. Part of our master plans in both Montgomery and Prince George's counties really already deal with the subject of affordable housing. This simply makes it statewide. Everyone has to talk about affirmatively furthering their housing and affordable housing in each county. We support that. We think that that's something we already do. And it doesn't actually require us to do any implementation specifically. It also doesn't require us to spend any funds. Extra funds, really, but it just requires that to go into your master plans. So we would support that, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Please.
No, I think that's great. I was just going to make a motion to support. So I'll move that we transmit comments in support of HB 0017, affirmatively furthering fair housing.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it.
Okay. Our next bill is HB 241, and this one is a bill that would create a subset of the priority funding areas. So we already have priority funding areas in the state. The state has criteria for those. They've identified those areas, and then they identify those areas for specific funding. So this one would create a subset, and the subset is called Just Communities. And the idea behind this is to have an equity lens on our priority funding areas. So these would be equity areas that have been called out for special funding so that they can redress historic disinvestment, historic disenfranchisement of various communities, again, through an equity lens. And so in both counties, we also feel like, we are focused on this area as well. And this is very much in line with our our recent goals and missions to do this kind of look at our communities in both Montgomery and Prince George's counties. So we think this is a good step. The priority funding areas is something that we're all familiar with and that works quite well at the state level. And so we're excited to have another sort of bite at the apple to get these communities some more funding.
So the
So we
state,
would ask for your support.
yeah, so the state is already, we already know where these priority funding areas are within our counties? Is that, and,
Yes, we do.
okay. And do they align with our, well, so I'm just, so we're good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, I'll move that we support and transmit comments on HB 241, Housing and Community Development, Just Community Designation.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. It looks like you've gone over all of them. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
That's it, but I will be back next week.
We welcome you back every time. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your hard work, not only you and Ms. Balcom Colbert and our legislative team, and on each side of Montgomery County and Prince George's County, the planning department. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're going to take just a 1-minute break, just so we switch over and stay on time here. We're going to go to item number 9, briefing on the life science, land use, and real estate compatibility study, where staff is giving us a briefing. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, briefing on the life science, land use, and real estate compatibility study. And Ben Kraft of the Planning Department will lead us through this presentation. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Carrie McCarthy just to say a few brief words first.
Good afternoon. For the record, Carrie McCarthy, Division Chief of Research and Strategic Projects. We're pleased to have our staff team and our consultants here from ESI to present this study of life sciences, industry, and real estate compatibility. Wanted to just say a couple words about our use of consultants, because sometimes people ask. As a department, we don't actually use consultants that often compared to other planning departments in the region. We do a tremendous amount of work in-house by our talented staff, whereas sometimes other planning jobs, the staff are mostly project managers of consultant works. So we're really fortunate in that regard. But we're also fortunate in periods where we need a specialized expertise or need additional resources to use those funds to hire outside consultants. So this is an example of a topical issue, the life sciences industry, that we really wanted some specialized knowledge, specialized analysis on, and we were lucky to be able to bring in ESI to do that work. I also want to note this has been a terrific interdivision collaboration between research and mid-county planning, and Carrie and I don't get to sit up here next to each other that often, so we're happy to be Team Carrie and our amazing team. Just meet with you this afternoon. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Ben.
Well, thank you for that explanation.
Thanks. So for the record, Ben Kraft, Research Planner with Research and Strategic Projects. So I'm going to say a couple words of introduction here, and mine will just be about just the general background for why we're doing this plan, this study, and what we wanted to accomplish. So this is really, it's complementary to the Great Seneca Master Plan, which you'll be seeing the working draft of, I believe, next week. So it's timed appropriately and accordingly. And so one of the main motivations is that we wanted to, that plan is really looks at encouraging like a more mixed use live, work, play environment, especially incorporating housing in the Life Science Center, which is kind of like the key central area in that plan. And that's because we recognize that it needs that transition to be a globally competitive life science hub. And also it's a great opportunity to add more housing that the county really needs. So that's kind of like the general motivation for why we wanted to undertake this study. And also just to note that we really have like a good general understanding of the life science industry. I think, a lot of people in the county do. We kind of know how important it is. There have been studies about talent and workforce implications and economic development implications. So we didn't really want to recreate that. What we really asked eConsult to do is really look to dive deep into the land use and real estate needs and really figure out like what, life science is a bit different than typical commercial buildings. And, what do we need to do so that we can really incorporate housing and retail and other things into these life science districts. And also we wanted to see examples from around the country of how this is going, because there really is a lot of activity in this area going on right now. So with that, what we learned will be applied in the Great Seneca Plan, in the immediate future, but we also want it to serve as a resource and guide for other future life science related development in the county. So, for example, there's plans for the development of life science cluster in White Oak right now around the FDA and the Adventist Hospital, also United Therapeutics in downtown Silver Spring. So these weren't really addressed specifically in the study, but the study can certainly be applied to what's going on in these places. And then lastly, I just want to note that the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation was heavily involved in consulting during this study. They were one of the interviewees for the for the consultants to get some background on the county and the industry, and then they provided some comments on the draft also. And so we We're lucky to have Brad Stewart, who is the Senior Vice President of Economic Development at MCD, sitting behind me. He was kind enough to, to come at the last minute and just be here to provide answers to any real detailed questions about the life science industry. I don't think there's anybody in the county that is more of an expert on the industry than Brad, probably. So with that, I think I can turn it over to Gina Lavery and Brian Licari from eConsult Solutions, and they can take it away.
Thanks, Ben, and thank you to the team for working with us over the last many months and for having us here this afternoon. I'm Gina Lavery. I'm a Senior Vice President at eConsult Solutions, Inc. I lead our economic development practice area, do a lot of work at the intersection of economics, public policy, and thanks to a stint in working in government relations for a number of years, understand communicating kind of our economic findings to broad audiences, and also just understanding the importance of that research to commercialization pipeline, which is a big part of why life sciences is so important within a lot of regional economies. So just to dive right in, I'll probably go pretty quickly through the introductory slides since Carrie and Ben gave a really good introduction to what we're talking about this afternoon. We'll go through, after the introduction, our life sciences market overview, just so that everybody has a little bit of the context of the market overall, and then in the county. We'll then dive into the land use and development piece of our study, where we're looking at, what are the kind of regulatory, policy, and other requirements for real estate, for life sciences real estate, and then also the dynamics of the intersection with that and mixed use housing in proximity to life sciences. We'll get into case studies and best practices around that mixed use concept, as well as kind of an organizational structure set of case studies that I'll talk about in a little bit. And then we'll get into strategic recommendations and questions and answers from all of you. This is still, even though it's a decently long presentation, it is still a summary of our over 100-page report. So I can't promise that we'll get to everything, but as you have questions, I'm happy to kind of answer them and follow up as needed. So just a little bit more about eConsult Solutions. If you're not familiar, we're an economics consulting firm based out of Philadelphia. We've been around in various forms for 40 years, but as eConsult Solutions, Inc. for the last 11. We're a 40-person firm. We do work, as I've been saying, at the intersection of economics, public policy. We do a lot of economic development strategies, market studies, economic impact analyses, and we're based out of Philadelphia, but we like to do work all over the U.S. and especially in the Mid-Atlantic and here in Montgomery County. A little bit about our experience in the life sciences and innovation space. I won't talk about everything that's on the screen, but just to point you to a couple that we were able to leverage in our research and work for the county here. The State of Cell and Gene Therapy in the Greater Philadelphia region project that we did and released last year was looking at a very niche part of life sciences, one Philadelphia is very proud of being kind of like a leader in. We were looking at a number of comparative metrics to see how Philadelphia compared to, say, Washington, D.C. and the Boston region and New York. And a lot of those metrics are ones that we evaluated when we worked on this engagement with the county. We also have done a number of economic impact analyses around life sciences, for example, for the New Brunswick Development Corporation. That's important just to kind of point out, looking at it from we've looked at this from the private sector side a lot, and we work with developers and kind of understand the kind of challenges and restraints that they have when they're building a project that is hopefully catalytic for a community, but they're facing funding challenges and figuring out how to get a project up and running. And we've also looked at the topic of life sciences from a comparative lens, understanding what is when we worked with MLP Ventures at the Discovery Labs, they're wanting to understand where is King of Prussia in Pennsylvania's competitive advantage compared to other states, and from a tax incentive and tax policy standpoint. As you may know, Pennsylvania is less flexible on tax policy compared to, say, like the Southeast, and so that leaves the region at a disadvantage there. And then just a couple of other examples of experience, as I referred to on the previous slide, a lot of work with the real estate development community and understanding the kind of challenges and opportunities that they see in the space. So going out of order, I've already introduced myself. This is my colleague, Brian Licari. He's a director at ESI and does a lot of these types of engagements with me. So the purpose of the report, I think that Ben and Carrie kind of talked to this in detail already. We're looking at, the focus of a lot of the work in the report is around the Great Seneca and Life Sciences Corridor, but the findings are applicable kind of countywide and useful to kind of think about, best practices and opportunities that you all should be considering. And then the planning history, which I think many of you probably know. There was a 2010 Great Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan that was then amended in 2021. And then I believe next week there will be an update on where the plan is going in the coming years. Just a little bit of context and why focus on the corridor and in particular. Something that we see in life sciences districts throughout the country is the importance of agglomeration, we call it in economics. I'm not going to do a lot of statistics and numbers, but I will use the economics term like agglomeration economies. There's a value in having a lot of like things all in one kind of concentrated area. There's synergies that happen. There's opportunities for growth, training, additional spin-offs, and whatnot. So there's a lot of value that we've noted over the last 2-3 decades in places like West Philadelphia, Kendall Square, where you're seeing these concentrations of innovative type activities, and then they're also kind of drawing other uses along the way. So that's a little bit of reason to kind of like think about this kind of like as an area of focus. So the scope of the study and what we're going to talk about a little bit more is, we looked at the overall kind of outline of life sciences businesses in the corridor, but also throughout the county, and just to understand where are the kind of like what types of companies and where are they kind of in their like life cycle, I'll call it. But then perhaps more importantly, as we dove into what are the real estate needs of the existing businesses and future businesses. So that could be that they need larger floor plates, that they need, that there's different kind of like power and generator and needs that are required for their buildings, a whole bunch of different requirements that could be relevant for these users. And then we dove into this integration of life sciences and housing. Along with that, we also, as I mentioned earlier, we looked at case studies around how a place can kind of, what kind of structures and organization could be useful to kind of help grow a place and kind of support and market the corridor as a life sciences district in the years to come. And then we talk about recommendations as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brian to talk a little bit about the life sciences market overview that we did.
Great. Good afternoon. So I'm going to spend a few minutes just talking about the market overview for life sciences and sort of give a baseline of, when we're talking about life sciences, just to understand what are we talking about. This is a definition. I won't read through all of it, but really thinking about all of these different intersections of research about plants, animals, human beings. So thinking about biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, healthcare technologies, even botanical science, veterinary science. So it's actually a very broad sector. There are many subsectors as part of it, but it's very encompassing. It's also very unique from a real estate perspective. So when we think about the financial industry or professional services, we think of conventional office space, or you think about manufacturing space. Life science is unique because of the different typologies that it inhabits. And so, we typically think of research and development, R&D space, so that's your wet lab space, a highly specialized space that can be very small in scale and it can be larger in scale. You do have the office component, where if you're a pharmaceutical company, there is the administrative side that's part of the building or part of the campus. And then there's this manufacturing side. If you think of larger scale pharmaceutical production, it's a different type of facility. So these can all be integrated into a single facility or multiple facilities across the campus. And so nationally, really why this is such an important topic is that it's growing. It's one of the fastest growing sectors nationally. Over the last 10 years, grown by 34%. The labor force, almost 2 million. This makes it larger than a lot of conventional sectors. You think of legal services, larger than that, larger than engineering services, larger than dentistry. It's a very large sector. The wages are higher on average, so these are very well-paying jobs. On the real estate side, over the last 4 or 5 years, there's been a tremendous investment in life sciences real estate. And around 32 million square feet nationally are planned or under construction. There's also been a substantial amount of venture capital investment. So this is investment into startup firms, helping them grow and then become major economic drivers and employers, which is very important nationally. The industry has been very strong, was very resilient during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is slowing down because of all this excess investment, but it still remains strong. The life sciences ecosystem, it's also somewhat unique than conventional sectors, professional sectors, because of this research component. We have life sciences industry because of the research that supports it. So it starts with this research infrastructure from academic institutions, federal research institutes, private research organizations, and through human capital. So that's the people working in these industries, and then the output, patents, tech commercialization then turns into private sector investment. So you need that research that then is commercialized to be a driver of the economy. And so there's this investment capital piece, venture capital, which is a big part of the ecosystem, helping startups grow and actualize. And then this final piece of value proposition, as an investor, where do I want to put my money? Where do I see the most opportunity for growth? And so place has a lot to do with that. So some of the key factors for growth through this process, this was through our own research, but stakeholder interviews with experts in the field and developers and those who operate life sciences centers. What are those market factors for growth? Certainly talent. Land use is a big part of that. Where can I build and how can I build state-of-the-art facilities? Market readiness, is this market positioned for growth? Site control, is there a big enough site for me to build on? And then the infrastructure and built environment. And I'll talk about these different variables in a minute as they pertain to Montgomery County's positioning. There are these macro factors that we always have to consider: inflation, interest rates, access to capital. This has impacted development across all sectors, but it's certainly impacting the life sciences sector with high inflation, higher interest rates. So that has slowed down some of the development activity. So it's always something to be aware of. So where does Montgomery County stand when we're looking at opportunities for growth? I think we all recognize that it is a growing industry. It is a strong sector in the county. There's been, again, strong private sector growth and public sector growth as well. There is a talent pipeline. It's a very, from a educational attainment standpoint, Montgomery County is one of has the highest levels of educational attainment in the country. From a real estate side, lease rates, when comparing, lease rates for life sciences real estate, are competitive with other markets. So that could be attractive to a future company for moving here. We worked with Colliers, which is a commercial real estate company, as part of this project, and they have some data on tracking of prospective companies that are looking to lease space. And currently, there's about 1 million square feet that companies are looking at, both in Montgomery County, but adjacent counties. So there is this interest. And there are low vacancy rates. So I'm a company, I'm looking for space, and there isn't much space on the market. So that's pointing to, hey, there's some opportunity for growth. But on the challenges side, there are the costs, and I'll talk about that in a minute. It is a very high cost type of development, it's more risky as an investment. And so it's a really niche investment, and it requires some some certainty about the future of this investment. There is a modest new supply, so there hasn't been a lot of new R&D space built in the county over the last 10 years, although there are some spaces in the pipeline. Spec space, so when we talk to developers, when we think about, can I build a building and just lease it up with companies, or do I need to find a company build to suit? That's so when I'm building a building for that company to inhabit. This market is not as strong for spec market. Boston, San Francisco, it is. So developers really need to have those relationships with existing companies before they build. Competition, I mentioned Boston, but also, the growth of the Raleigh-Durham area and the Research Triangle Park. That's main competition for the DC area and Montgomery County, as well as Philadelphia. And then startup demand, when we think about that research side and the growth of companies, having that space that's smaller in scale, that's more affordable and appropriate for a smaller scale operation that then can scale up. And there's limited space for that in the county. And yeah, I just wanted to share this. We also did a lot of research on development costs and specs for life sciences development. And the costs are substantially higher. When you look at conventional office, $300 to $900 per square foot on average, depending on, if you're building a high rise or a low rise. Compared that to R&D space, because of the advanced systems, the build outs, the exhaust requirements, it's substantially more. So there's a smaller pool of developers that have the capacity and capability, both financially and from a technical standpoint, to build. So on the land use consideration side, so that's sort of the market. So then when we think about new development, we sort of touched on some of these, but really thinking about a site selector when they're looking for a space, regardless of industry, these are some important components they look at: transportation, site availability, housing. The difference with life sciences is that institutional ecosystem, that they're really looking for, those sort of generators of talent, generators of research as part of their decision. And so as we evaluated Montgomery County from this site selector lens, there's some great opportunities and assets, and there's some other challenges. So transportation, great, multimodal transportation network, but thinking about bike and ped, and we look at the case studies, bike and ped accessibility is an important component to life sciences development. For site availability, there's ample land in the county. A lot of it is preserved. And then thinking about where are those marketable sites for infill development or other larger scale life sciences development. From a housing standpoint, there is housing diversification. The housing market has been strong, but there is a need, and it's a national challenge to increase supply. I think that's why we've been looking at sort of this co-location of housing with life sciences and finding some opportunities there. When we get into the recommendations, I'll sort of touch on these land use policies in more detail, but really just thinking about updating existing land use regulations to be more flexible for mixed use opportunities for life sciences. I touched on the human capital side, very strong. Any site selector would certainly put Montgomery County on their list for life sciences development. It's getting to that institutional ecosystem. There's a strong federal presence, but that institution of higher learning is a critical piece. But as we'll show with the case studies, it doesn't necessarily have to be physically present. It just needs to have it has to be part of this ecosystem. And then from a physical infrastructure standpoint, just separated sewer system is a big site selection criteria, and especially for life sciences, that's critical. And So the county has the infrastructure needed. So we looked at some different typologies of life sciences development. So we evaluated innovation districts and other sort of clusters of innovation activity and life sciences activity that Gino will present in a moment. But at a higher level, when we think about life sciences development, these are the different typologies that we looked at. So, there is sort of this infill housing around existing life sciences areas. There's mixed-use infill. There's vertical mixed use, where we're starting to see residential, commercial, and life sciences uses all within the same building. There's master plan mixed-use districts. There's greenfield development and mixed-use redevelopment. So I'll kind of show an example of each of these. And we're not necessarily saying which one is appropriate. This is just the universe of development typologies. So again, this building around life sciences, I think an important part of our research showed that the trends with life sciences development, previously there was this separation of uses where you had life sciences development in its own sort of designated areas in a particular region, more like a suburban office park because they had to be separate from other uses. But the market is really driving this need for integration of uses. So having retail, housing, and investments in place as part of it. And so University City District in Philadelphia is an example where you had existing life sciences uses and other mix of uses being built around it. Boston is a very strong market for life sciences, is the leading market. Kendall Square, which is in Cambridge, is the innovation district. But then there are these sort of smaller scale mixed-use developments going up around the city. This was on a publicly owned property that went through an RFP process that integrates life sciences space with residential, but also has an element of place and space. Vertical mixed use, this is really, for very strong urban markets, but just to show that with life sciences uses, really anything is possible if you have the right development team and the right market where you can integrate life sciences lab space with residential, which 10 years ago, no one would really think to do this. And then there's the master plan mixed-use districts. So, thinking about Montgomery County, I mean, this is an example from Philadelphia, the Navy Yard, which is a 1,000-acre site. The county doesn't have that, but this really is to demonstrate the level of scale and density and other amenities that sort of master plan districts have, which includes, again, that mix of uses, commercial, residential, hospitality, sort of manufacturing, as well as life sciences, with access to trails and transportation. North Carolina is another strong market. The Research Triangle Park is growing rapidly. Holly Springs is a sort of more of an ex-urban community that's been building out its life sciences infrastructure. And even in this sort of greenfield location, very low density, life sciences is still built up pretty close to residential neighborhoods, but also is incorporating retail and a mix of uses as part of the site master site plan. And then on the smaller scale, mixed-use redevelopment, this is a sort of former shopping center in Durham, North Carolina, that is being redeveloped into a mixed-use life sciences development. So there is some opportunity from a redevelopment standpoint, thinking about sort of aging or obsolete properties. And so I'll go through these relatively quickly. I mean, to sort of summarize that, Montgomery County is sort of well-positioned to grow the industry. There is this need to sort of create better connections, both physically and with the institutional ecosystem. There has been the shift to incorporate a mix of uses with life sciences, but it's a relatively new one. Even in areas like North Carolina and Philadelphia, Boston, this push to have a mix of use is really only in the last decade, where previously that wasn't the case, but that is the case now. Land use, or when we think about life sciences development, it's really market-driven. So it's not so much impacted by the surrounding land use, because it can really go anywhere as long as the right market and land use restrictions are not there. There's not there's many different typologies, as we showed. There's not a one-size-fits-all type of development. And it really takes this district or community-wide approach when we think about it. It's not just one building, it's how does that building fit into the broader district or ecosystem. And so with that, I'll hand it back over to Gina to talk about case studies.
Yeah, so remember to push my unmute button. So as Brian alluded to right there, part of one of the important pieces within the life sciences industry is this district or community planning approach. So we dove in even further with our case studies to understand what are some best practices within innovation type districts, and what can we learn from them and kind of and how might we apply them in kind of areas within the county. So just for anybody that is a little newer to the idea of innovation districts, this is not a new concept in 2024, but it is one that's kind of continuing to kind of gain traction and attention across the U.S. when thinking about how to redevelop areas with either technology or life sciences focuses in some way. So the one point the one thing I'll mention, Brian alluded to this with the kind of life sciences being a little bit more immune to the impacts of COVID-19. What we saw in a lot of cases was, that's the case, but what that means is if, the lab workers still need to go into the lab, like they need to go physically to their work, right, rather than be in an office. What that means is all of the ancillary uses around it, whether that's the coffee shop or the restaurant or the dry cleaners, they still have a base of potential customers, as opposed to sometimes when you see in other downtowns that don't have that kind of continual use. So that is a really valuable thing to be thinking about, the importance of kind of that concentration of uses in a single place. So just to kind of show where we have, where we looked at for case studies, all throughout the U.S. obviously focused on Mid-Atlantic with Philadelphia being in our backyard, so we're very familiar, but also looking at Winston-Salem Innovation District, the Research Triangle, Kendall Square, Texas Medical Center, Mission Bay. We've done research in or for a lot of these places in the past, so we're familiar with them. We were able to, in some instances, get on the phone with the developer to talk a little bit about, how building from either a greenfield or from like a kind of a redevelopment standpoint, how they were able to kind of do that and what that looks like today. So we looked at case studies. We had these two kind of lenses that we looked at, and we didn't look at every location for all of the same things because some of them weren't as applicable for the county. We looked at organizational structures, and what that means is what kind of entity is kind of supporting that district or community planning. So is it an institution that's leading the charge and kind of advancing this innovation district concept? Is it a nonprofit? Is it some other kind of special district? So we focused on that. And then also, we evaluated in some of them the land use consideration. So and Brian talked a bunch about this, like how does the place develop in a mixed use standpoint? How do they treat housing adjacent to life sciences uses? And then how is placemaking thought about? Because that is a vital part about, a vital piece of kind of attracting the type of talent and users that you want into an innovation district. So as I just referenced, we looked at organizational structure, we looked at land use planning. We threw in this innovation and entrepreneurship one. It's not really exactly in the scope of what we were asked to do, but it is so important and crucial to be thinking about in how an innovation district kind of advances and grows, and how you kind of get from that piece. You can have the land, you can have the organization, but if you don't have these other pieces, you're kind of trying to fit terrible, a round peg into a square hole, whatever. Why am I saying that now? So let's see. So going into the organizational structure and governance a little bit and some of our findings. So what I'll do is I'll just give a couple of this is what we learned from this particular location. I'm happy to kind of go into more detail as useful. So the first kind of finding and thing that's important to think about is that one size does not fit all. So innovation districts are often led by a lead anchor institution. So the first thing we were talking with the Montgomery planning team was University City District. Really great example. You have this really strong innovation ecosystem. Well, the history of University City District is that the University of Pennsylvania got together with Drexel University and said, we need an organization that is going to do clean and green and make West Philadelphia nice and safe for our students, for our faculty, for our staff. And so they put in substantial dollars to start an organization that has evolved into doing a lot of other things, including a really popular workforce development initiative focused on life sciences training. But it didn't start kind of with any kind of private sector. It really was these two anchors that said, we need to kind of be the ones that are doing a contribution that's going to start this organization. And can talk at length about that one. That I know that organization very well. And that doesn't necessarily fit for everywhere, and it doesn't fit for, say, Montgomery County, where there is not that kind of that kind of large anchor institution. And that's where you see that there is also a regional approach that can be useful. In the Research Triangle, you are getting entities from all across North Carolina to kind of hone in on and concentrate on a concentrated area and develop a hub of innovation within the state. And then the other two findings are, it takes patience. It doesn't, this type of growth and concentration and like interest in a place as a place of innovation doesn't happen overnight. And then the private sector investment is just as important, and it is a driver. What we saw in researching Mission Bay and Texas Medical Center, there is just as much, if not more, private development and activity that is happening from them as opposed to any anchor institutions. So again, that's a kind of takeaway to be thinking about for Montgomery planning. How you have a different set of kind of businesses, institutions. So how do you kind of leverage the pieces that you already have rather than trying to do the institutional play like a university city. On the land use and planning side, it is really crucial in anywhere that you want to be branding as and kind of flagging as an innovation district to be thinking about this integration of housing, retail amenities are really huge, and placemaking elements. I think one of the challenges when you look at Montgomery County compared to some other places is the success stories that we see are when the owners, the developers, are really on board with the idea that we need to have all of these things, and we know that it's going to be a long-term play. We're going to hold this property for 30, 50 years. We know that the housing is maybe going to be like a little harder to get off the ground at the beginning, but we know that it's going to create that place in the long term, and we want to hold this property in the long term. I'm not saying that you don't have any of those owners or real estate developers in the county. It's just a matter of thinking. It's about cultivating them and working with them to think about the county as that type of place just as much as some of these other places do. Also, there's a need to adapt and to remain competitive. The one really interesting thing we learned with talking to folks at the Navy Yard was, that's just under development now. That is, or redevelopment. I guess there's part of the Navy Yard in Philadelphia that has been completed. There's another part that's just underway. It's focused on life sciences, but they know that, in 15 years, the market could change, and it could be some other type of popular, innovative type use, but it might not be life sciences. So don't be too constrained in how they're thinking about the site, so that it's not like it must be life sciences and nothing else, but remain flexible so that you can have a successful place in the long term. And then zoning regulations are also huge. The reason why the Navy Yard is seeing so much investment and also seeing a new kind of like mixed use, new residential there for the first time is that before the whole site was RFP'd for the developer, all of the zoning and kind of variances were already cleared and kind of underway so that the site was ready to kind of develop in the way that they hoped. And then finally, around this innovation and entrepreneurship angle, one thing that's different about the county compared to some other places where we have these innovation districts is you have a very strong, robust, mature life sciences ecosystem. You have big pharmaceutical companies, you have the FDA, you have NIH here, but you don't necessarily have I'm not saying this isn't like a blanket statement, but you don't have the kind of same startup ecosystem as some other places where you have the like 20-something-year-old who's going to just kind of like jump in and like start a new business, and the workforce that is working in a lot of your life sciences jobs are not going to go back and jump into a startup when they've been, in their career for 20 years. It's just not how things typically work. So things that's to kind of consider in thinking about how to kind of cultivate a sense of innovation and kind of cultivating that ecosystem here is additional supports for entrepreneurship and supporting some of that, whether it's local or kind of regional interest, drawing them into the county to support that innovation ecosystem more.
Right, so with all of that sort of baseline information, research, analysis, there's a lot to get through. And again, the report has even more detail with all of those different topics. I will then now spend the next 10 minutes talking about the strategic recommendations that we have for Montgomery planning, but also other considerations for partnerships, for sort of growing the industry. And so sort of to recap all of this again, when we think about the land use challenges, and so how do our recommendations, or what challenges do our recommendations help address? So there's sort of this complexities of infill mixed-use development. Mixed-use development, life sciences mixed-use development is more complicated. And so there needs to be the proper zoning and incentives to make it happen. There's sort of the limited tools to influence the use and form of life sciences. Lack of zoning flexibility to support the mix of uses in higher density. Thinking about connectivity, lack of connectivity between different life sciences hubs throughout the county. The marketability of the built environment, thinking about the importance of placemaking. How do we, sort of make a place less institutional feeling and more, walkable and more of a place to be with an identity. Lack of funding mechanisms to support place-based investments. And, again, thinking about this sort of alignment of resources to support this entrepreneurial ecosystem. So our strategic recommendations kind of fall into four buckets. The first one is the most, because that really is, focused on land use. So the specific actions for this first recommendation, there's more to talk through. But the other ones are also, equally important. But effectively expand and create new development practices and standards to encourage the creation of intensive mixed-use life sciences districts. The second one, create value capture tools to encourage development and investments in the public realm. 3, focus place-based investments in and around life sciences clusters. And 4, grow an entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I'll walk through each of these, I think at this stage, as I go through them, if there's any questions or comments, I think we could have a conversation about it, and I certainly encourage Ben to chime in. But for this first one, optimize the existing life sciences center zone to ease restrictions on residential, retail, and other life sciences uses. I think this will come through in the plan, but effectively, creating more opportunities for sort of this co-location of mix of uses with life sciences within this zone. Explore creating new zoning overlay specific to life sciences mixed-use development. So this is, speaking to, there are existing higher density employment centers throughout the county. There's other life sciences uses outside of the life science center. Creating a zoning overlay that allows more sort of this infill life sciences development to occur, co-located to these other mixed-use districts. Encouraging higher densities in select commercial nodes. So the report gets into more detail on specific densities and looking at examples. The Pike and Rose development as an example of the type of density that we're seeing in other innovation districts, really looking at the 3 to 4 FAR as sort of this target density, but creating sort of opportunities for that sort of scale of density in select commercial nodes. Identifying catalyst sites for potential development and redevelopment. Really thinking about publicly owned sites and identifying specifically which sites are most appropriate for life sciences development, and certainly leveraging publicly owned sites, but also identifying privately owned sites or obsolete, potential redevelopment sites like we saw in the example from Durham. Strengthen the process for developer selection through requests for proposals. And so as part of this, there is an RFP process in place, but thinking about opportunities for Montgomery Planning to be involved in thinking about specific criteria as part of that selection process, and thinking about, as part of that process, that criteria for life sciences development, what mix of uses, incorporation of placemaking and other investments in the public realm as part of this process. Strengthen connections with the real estate development community and public agencies. And so, again, the life sciences development community is relatively small nationally. It's somewhat of a niche industry, but really thinking about those regional developers as well as developers outside of the region, thinking about developer tours, developer outreach, but also cultivation of the development community locally. Align land use efforts with regional and state economic entities' objectives. So, thinking about MCEDC's objective to grow the life sciences sector and aligning that with land use policies, and also thinking about, on the real estate side, potential incentives to encourage life sciences development. So, create value capture tools to encourage development and investments in the public realm. Many of the, or some of the case studies we looked at are business improvement districts. So there's a dedicated funding stream to support the organization that is then used to invest in the public realm. And so thinking about areas where there are life sciences clusters to consider a business improvement district in the county. And also supporting the use of tax increment financing to incentivize development, so TIF funds. It can be a difficult tool, but it's still an effective tool when considering investments in the public realm, and also as a tool to encourage private investment in private developers. So focus place-based investments in and around life sciences clusters. So work to establish a place management organization at the LSC or other areas targeted for mixed-use life sciences development, similar to the University City District example, where that is a place management organization. Started as specifically a place management organization that has then evolved into this broader organization that supports community efforts, workforce development, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And so there's somewhat of an evolution that can occur. Incorporate placemaking and streetscape improvements in areas with concentrations of life sciences employment. That's, again, sort of softening the edges and making this making these areas more of a place to be as a sort of a talent attractor and driver. Leveraging regional trails, greenway, and bicycle planning efforts to enhance connectivity to and from current and future life sciences hubs. When we look at Research Triangle Park in the Raleigh-Durham area, historically that was a very isolated place, was not connected. Only connection was through Interstate 40, but it's now, there's more consideration to connect bike and ped to and from the district and within the district, because it's very large in scale. excuse me. And then creating more opportunities for investments in public spaces and event programming. And so, as we saw with Research Triangle Park, just programming, excuse me, shipping container parks, food truck parks, again, making it more of a place to be that doesn't require substantial capital improvement. But that also sort of requires that place management organization to sort of program and schedule, but they can still be very effective. And then this final piece, which again is sort of this broader consideration that Montgomery Planning is more of a partner as part of this. But as we've seen from our research and experience and looking at what makes a successful innovation district is this sort of connection of institutions of higher learning, government agencies, private employers with that focus on entrepreneurship, because there's not, one stakeholder alone can't do it. It really takes those connections. So really thinking intentionally about that countywide consortium of these entities. Back to the idea or the concept of smaller spaces to support entrepreneurs, thinking about from a real estate development perspective, where are those step-up spaces going to be and where should they be located? And really thinking about opportunities with Montgomery County's existing business incubators when these companies sort of graduate from the incubator, aren't ready for larger scale capital investment. We're sort of that step-up space where they can go and sort of thinking about that as part of a countywide real estate strategy. And then, just thinking about funding as well. Again, it's sort of thinking about Montgomery Planning is really a partner in this space, not necessarily a funder, but again, thinking about those connections between those grant programs, startup programs, where those startups should locate, and sort of leveraging the existing spaces and assets throughout the county. So again, that was a lot of recommendations to get through, but happy to answer any questions about the recommendations, any specific metrics, and so open the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laverne and Mr. Licari and planning staff for initiating this study. It's just a wonderful study. I'm so excited about the potential of having life sciences at many of our sites in the county, and just want to, help us all figure out with you, Mr. Stewart, how do we make it happen, and how do we take it to the next step? So this is wonderful presentation, and doing other I have some other, but I want to have my board members to provide other comments or questions if they'd like.
Agreed. This was great. Thank you so much for the incredibly detailed presentation report. Yeah, it's going to be fun to go through this again and again in more detail, especially as we continue on with this planning process that is ongoing, but probably will wrap up soon. It's encouraging to see that many of the focusing on kind of transportation, connectivity, placemaking, those elements specifically. I think that it seems like staff and the team has done already done a really good job of incorporating that into the plan update, at least that we've seen. That's really good to see and hear. And I'm wondering if, obviously you've been closely involved with this report, this study, and the effort as well. And I'm wondering if kind of what food for thought it's given, if at all, at this stage in the process for the Great Seneca update, things that maybe we hadn't considered, or little tweaks here and there from a land use perspective. Anything that, anything that you're drawing from it specifically?
Thanks for the question. Carrie Sanders, Mid-County Division Chief. Yes, I do think this has been helpful for us to see the case studies specifically, because we know that Montgomery County is a leader in life sciences and has continued to, grow new opportunities for jobs in the area. Just as an example, AstraZeneca is expanding in the Great Seneca area right now. They've occupied a new space there. Even during the pandemic, we've had buildings being built. So that's wonderful. But we also have to think about, like, over the next 20 years, if the market changes, something sustainable for that area in terms of jobs, but also in terms of housing. And so I think this has given us a good idea of how others are approaching that same challenge, and maybe some of the things we need to put into our plan for the next 20 years to ensure that as a county, we're resilient from both a sustainability approach, but also from an approach of having a mix of uses, having a lively job center, having a place for people to live that's affordable. So I think it gives us a window into what others are doing and that we're on the right track, and maybe there are some tools that we need to put in place in our recommendations that you'll see next week that get us closer to that point.
So I agree, but many of your recommendations are really good. I do not know, as part of your evaluation, you look at the existing life science sector that we have right now in Great Seneca, that we are reviewing it. We have these recommendations that we could use for future, but then we have a good portion, I do not know how many million square foot, that is already in place that lacks exactly what you needed to have. They lack the placemaking, they lack the connection, they lack the mixed use and housing. It's just like a life science park with beautiful building, but cold. And, people have to drive there. And even though if you want to go eat something at lunchtime, it may not be very accessible. So I do not know if you made recommendation how to convert the existing to be more dynamic and to be more what you are, or is it something that you're going to use in your, master plan that you're going to bring for us? Because I understand for future all of these are good, but what are we going to do with the ones, and they're all being built, they're brand new building. The majority has been built within the last few years, but they lack many of aspects of what you talked about. I know it because I live there and I see it. And I always say that this is cold. There is no life in it. It lacks the element of placemaking and mixed use. How do we get there for something that we already have in place? That's our already investment there.
Well, I can say stay tuned, because next week we're going to talk more about the recommendations, and I think these are great points. And I think that's exactly what we're looking to do is insert placemaking. We know that placemaking and economic development and the provision of housing at all, types of housing are all linked very closely to one another. And so what we're trying to do through our recommendations, advance all those things.
Thank you. That's fair.
I appreciate your presentation, and I also appreciate the staff reaching outside of the office to get a fresh perspective and recommendations on things, because sometimes we can get myopia, and you guys did a great job in looking outside to other successful life science centers throughout the United States. And jealously, I'd want Montgomery County's life science corridor or center or centers to be the leading centers in the United States. And looking at slide 16, you provided us national numbers with regards to opportunities for life sciences nationally based on jobs added, the labor force, annual total wages. I would have liked to have seen more specificity with regards to our region, taking into consideration the amount of universities in our region and that are close by in Pennsylvania, Virginia, Delaware, and using those numbers as a selling point in the report. I also like your recommendations, and especially with regards to growing an entrepreneurial ecosystem. The University of Maryland has had great success in producing students who come out of school with great innovative ideas and create outstanding companies such as Google and Under Armour. One of the things that Montgomery County does lack although we have extension universities, we do not have a foundational university with a foundational campus, with that campus being the hub for producing the next generation of life science professionals and/or business professionals. I was wondering, did you think about integrating that type of recommendation in your report? Thanks.
Yeah, so I think thinking about that in particular, when we were looking at the Research Triangle Park, where it was, founded by, the anchor universities of the region, NC State and UNC Chapel Hill, but both those campuses are 20 miles away from RTP. And so, and RTP, when it started, was really just rural, forest land. I think their geography doesn't always have to play into it when you think about that sort of institutional alignment. And so there could and should be opportunities to sort of link those anchor institutions here, but it's still, you still need the place for them to sort of convene. And I think that's where those partnerships with MCEDC as sort of also as that sort of convening entity. But I think that part of that place management organization would say this is where it's going to happen, and we want to sort of grow these partnerships.
Yeah, thank you. I see a lot of the different scenarios in the county there where we have land that can meet each of those scenarios, like redevelopment, where we already have life sciences buildings, but we need the other infrastructure around it, the placemaking, the housing and things like that. And I wonder from the economic development point of view, it's almost this just seems like could be a marketing tool, as you go out and look at, there are a lot of big developers around here or in the country to use that as they've checked a lot of the boxes that we do have, and maybe, how do we get it out there and, to create more interest, because I think this could be a good marketing tool. I'm not sure how do you feel about what was done, and what do you think are some of the next steps, Mr. Stewart, into selling the county?
Thank you.
and
For the record,
creating
my
more
name's
about it,
Brad Stewart, Senior Vice President of Economic Development with Montgomery County Economic Development. I'll answer your question. If I can take 30 seconds, I'll just tell you about my experience and why it might be relevant. I've spent over 30 years working in the life sciences industry, trained as a scientist. I've spent 27 of them here in Montgomery County, starting life sciences companies across a very broad spectrum of industries and in therapeutic areas. So this is my life. It's my passion. I live there in the Greater Seneca Sciences Corridor. I also chair the Maryland Tech Council, which represents almost 800 companies in the state in life sciences and technology. So this is what I do, and I'm very passionate about it. So thank you for your comment. I agree with you. The work that Ben and the team here has been amazing. I think it's been very foundational and is instrumental. I'll answer your question while I also echo Vice Chair Fidolim's comments of, so this has been selected, right? I mean, years ago when planning sat down and created the Greater Seneca Sciences Corridor, it worked, right? You see the density of companies that have invested billions of dollars in infrastructure there and building hyper-specialized facilities. And I think at the time, what was built was probably better than what you see in other places. I've worked on campuses in Pennsylvania and other places which are entirely fenced, entirely closed. You drive in through a gate, you'll never see another person other than an employee your entire time there. So we're slightly better than that. I agree, if you go along Medical Center Drive there, you drive from building to building to building. But I think Ben and his team really pointed out an opportunity, right? Those aren't unsolvable opportunities, right? You think about ways, how do I connect these places better to the community? The opportunity that exists with Treville now and the extension of Great Seneca into that property. I still can't really walk across the street to Trader Joe's. If I'm in the other center, Medical Center Drive, I probably don't really want to walk across the street, across Shady Grove to Falls Grove. But to start to engage these places together and start to solve those problems, I think would be very beneficial. What we lack, Chairman, is what you said. We're now the third largest biotech hub in the United States, but we don't have a cohesive sense of community We don't have places where people literally run into each other while they're at Starbucks or somewhere else and build cross-company relationships that help to lift everyone up. When I'm in Cambridge, I can't go anywhere without sitting next to someone who's having a discussion about making an investment in a life sciences company. And so I think that's our opportunity, right? How do we better take what's here and engage it with those things around it, right? Some of that, whether it's through a bid of other places, I've recently had the person who ran the bid in Cambridge down here for a talk at the Bioinnovation Conference. He literally went door to door begging companies there to close their cafeterias so that their companies would go out on the streets and visit the restaurants. He begged healthcare or childcare providers to come in so that people could drop their kids off at work and go in and be engaged in the community. So I think it's just that passion that takes what we have to the next level, and that really is an opportunity to continue to bring people from around the world here to Montgomery County. I think there are two huge opportunities that you should think about. There are two very large properties now that are under development. One is at Bellward. I think their plans to develop a campus there in a very different way are really very forward-thinking. And they really do want to engage the community. It still might be not quite like we're talking about in Pike and Rose, but very different than in the past. And the same thing at the Shady Grove Innovation District in Rockville. So hopefully that's not too long an answer to your question.
No, not at all. We're very interested in growing the county, making it in a place-making way, providing more housing. You know, we want to accelerate the production of housing. And if we can do that in creating these communities, we're all about it. We all support you. And so whatever you could do in the economic development to push that, we're all behind you.
I just add one more thing. What you said is exactly what the issue is. And we're going to do the master plan. We look at the areas that is the future opportunity. I do not know if it is, I know that, the land, they already developed, but I think we need to look at even the existing one and see that how we could connect them. Provide some recommendations that some could be a shot in the sky, and some could be low-hanging fruit, like what you suggested, that bring people out and bring them to a place that is walkable and connected, not to be so cold and no one there. I understand connectivity is very important. We need to have sidewalks, we need to have bikeways, we need to have a place that people want to go, okay? And a nice area with trees and setting that if I'm tired, I have been working, my head has been down for 4 hours, I need a fresh air, I can go, if it is raining, I can go to a Starbucks or whatever is there, and if the weather is nice, I can go walk around the lake. Something like that allows the variety of things for people to do that change the atmosphere and the environment of the existing right now. So I do not know if when we do the master plan, we could talk about some of these existing ones.
Absolutely. I think that's a great point, and some of the things exactly that we've been thinking about. So I'm excited for the discussion next week. We can dive into a little bit more detail.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Pedowin just said. And, the mixes of uses obviously is really important. And what you spoke of before, it actually triggered a question in my mind, which is like, for this particular, and if you study this and it's in the report, I apologize, and I'll go back and I'll find it. But for this particular kind of sector of workers, like, do we think that it's more or less important to like live close to where they work, in the sense of like a mixed use community where it's not only kind of during the work hours where people go out and kind of do the mingling that you're talking about, but they actually prefer to live in that kind of community as well. And obviously there's a lot of different types of people and with a lot of different types of preferences. So, it's not an exact science certainly to kind of peg a preference with a particular segment of workers, but there's obviously many areas of the county that, including Wheaton, including Bethesda, Silver Spring, and many other areas as well, like urban areas with existing mixed use that would also probably appeal to many of these workers too. So in that sense, it's like, sure, if there's great connectivity from those areas as well to get to these places, maybe that's good enough. Not to say that we shouldn't build, like, of course we should build housing in these places too. I'm just kind of curious from your research and perspective in these case studies, like, is it really a tremendous value add to add, high density housing alongside these areas?
Yeah, that's a very good observation and question, because I think part of that connectivity, like you said, with existing mixed-use centers, how do you connect them? Because there's already existing housing. From our research, there's sort of building life sciences near other existing housing is one approach. There's sort of that infill building around it. I will say that on that housing piece, I mean, just housing diversification in general is critical because of, life sciences workers. There's a very wide range of the types of workers at these operations, where some are very high level educational attainment, PhD, you have masters, but then there's still a large segment that don't have college degrees too, where there's economic opportunity. And then thinking about housing for that part of the workforce is also very critical. So it's that sort of diversification of typologies, but also affordability levels. And we've done a number of studies looking at life sciences development and that sort of distribution of workers and sort of what those community impacts are and thinking about the types of housing that's needed. So I'll say that.
The other thing I'll just add on the kind of mix of uses is having housing adjacent or near life sciences or any kind of, daytime activity. You also want to have those retail and kind of commercial aspects. Having the daytime workers, the nighttime, the folks who are going home at night, having that mix of potential customers for all of the retail there helps kind of bolster all of that and just kind of help the entire kind of system function, so that, weekends you don't have like a dead zone where the coffee shops don't open because nobody works there or nobody's there during those times.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, and I think it's a good reminder for us, kind of thinking about it in terms of like an all of day, 7 days a week sort of community where we don't have those kind of dead zone periods that you're describing. Yeah, I think that kind of mindset I think could probably serve us well in a lot of areas.
Great. Can I add? I think maybe there's a different way to think about connectivity here that's important, and everybody sort of alluded to that, is the connectivity among the community, right? We tend to be in life sciences hyper-specialized, hyper-educated people, generally with high income, and it's very engaging for us to be able to interact with peers of ours that maybe aren't in our company, but who have similar knowledge bases and expertise. And so I think one thing that's really missing here is just the ability to interact on a daily basis. I've heard this referred to as sort of collision spaces, right? How do I engage with my next door neighbor in the company because we're eating lunch at the same place or something like that? So from a living perspective, this entire county needs more housing, full stop, for everyone at every price range. And I think that we do see a lot of people who work in the life sciences industry who don't currently live in Montgomery County because they can't afford it. We also see a lot of people in the life sciences industry, if they want to, who live at Pike and Rose and other places like that. So they tend to be later in their career. If these people have PhDs, they're probably 30 years old, starting to have kids. They certainly own cars. They're going to drive to work, those sorts of things. So I think it's really building that connectivity at a person-to-person during the day perspective that's a huge priority from the beginning.
Great. So wonderful conversation. We can continue talking for, I know, another hour, but we need to move on to our next. But thank you for presenting. We appreciate the discussion. Thank you, planning staff, for organizing this. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start on our last item. So thank you very much. Good afternoon. We're starting our last item of the day. Item number 10, the Elder Home Land LLC, Brookstone Senior Living Conditional Use Number CU 202312, and Preliminary Forest Conservation Plan F20230060, public hearing, where staff is recommending approval to transmit comments to the hearing examiner. We have Mark Beal, our planner, that will lead us through this presentation.
Thank you. For the record, Mark Beal, zoning planner for Up County Planning Division. Today, I bring you conditional use Elder Home Land LLC, or Brookstone Senior Living. It's conditional use. The conditional use number is CU 202312, and preliminary forest conservation plan of F20230060. Property. First off, the subdivision is outlined here in yellow. The property itself is outlined in the dashed red line. It's at the southwest corner of Dino Drive and Valley Stream Avenue. The properties to the east and south are all zoned R200, primarily single-family detached houses on the east, and the northern tip of Fairland Rec Park is coming up on the south side. The west side is zoned EOF and is comprised of commercial uses of warehousing as well as offices. And then to the north, we have an IM zone, which has a couple of vacant parcels as well as a self-storage facility. Staff did not recognize or find any conditional uses. Currently, the property is an outlot. It's comprised of 5.68 acres. It will have to go through preliminary plan if the application keeps going forward. Right now, the property is currently vacant, and there are no structures on the property. Kind of zoom in a little bit so you can see a little closer. Obviously, no structures. There's an existing curb cut right here where the entrance will be to the property for the parking lot. The applicant is proposing a 4-story residential care facility for over 16 persons. The front portion right here will actually be single-family dwelling units. 88 of them. From the middle portion to the rear portion through here will be a mix of 91 beds, and it'll be a mix of assisted living in this area with memory care in this area back here. You can see the driveway entrance, parking lot. There's associated lighting, landscaping, and stormwater management. The applicant is proposing on-site amenities such as a gym with a pool, personal services such as barbershop, hair salon. We're looking at a dining room. There's patios, courtyards, and open areas for the residents. The applicant pushed the building as far as it can to the what would be the west or plan north, page north, to get it closer to the commercial spaces and away from the single-family detached houses. So this is a view looking from the road. The applicant did some redesign and got a nice entrance to the property here with this wide entrance, this wide part of the building. They also broke up the building with some additional planes as well as different facade materials to create not one big long wall, but a sectional of the wall. In this area right in the corner, where I'm pointing here, is actually the front entrance areas for the actual buildings. You can see that they've created a drop-off area with a lot of glass area with some canopies and stuff for pickup and drop-off to really designate the front area. The property is located in the 1997 Fairland Master Plan. The master plan actually specifically calls out this property for elderly care right here where I'm circling now. And just as a point of reference, the property is really close to the place where the Burtonsville Shopping Center, where we had a placemaking event a couple years ago, as well as where the Sprouts Market just opened up in the last few days. At this time, I'll turn it over to the environmental planner, Josh Penn.
Good afternoon. For the record, Josh Penn. There is a preliminary forest conservation plan that has been submitted with this application. It is in compliance with Chapter 22A. You can see all the wonderful numbers here over on the side, and it's also in the staff report, so I won't bore you with those. But in the green area, you can see where there's a combination of retention and planting of the stream valley buffer for the project. I believe it is about 0.56 on-site planting with about another 0.1 acres going off-site. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll turn it over to Brett Brown, our transportation planner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Beal. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, Brett Brown, Up County Transportation. So this application was reviewed under the county's 2020-2024 Growth and Infrastructure Policy. The applicant has submitted a transportation exemption statement as the project is not poised to generate above the 50% trigger for additional LATR analysis. Additionally, as conditioned, the applicant will be providing frontage improvements. This property is unique because there are actually two frontages. So you have one on Valley Stream from which the applicant derives their primary access, and then you have one on Dino Drive. So this existing sidewalk along both streets will be updated to a 10-foot side path to be consistent with Complete Streets design guidelines. This is just an inset just showing, again, the access that the applicant will be deriving off of Valley Stream Drive. So at present, it's obviously unimproved, but there is an existing curb cut that they will be utilizing. Secondly, so this came up during some community correspondence for MD 198 and Dino Drive. There are some traffic issues that were brought up. At present, there is a signal at MD 198 and Dino Drive. It seemed to have been built sometime between 2007 and 2012. It's not fully controlled. It's mostly just flashing beacons. This is obviously outside the purview of the applicant, as did not have to do an LATR study. This is not something that they looked into. However, because MD 198 is under the purview of MDSHA, it's possible, given the fact that this infrastructure is in place, that a signal could be built at a later time. And with that, I will turn it back over to Josh. Thank you. Or Mark, pardon me.
Thank you, Brett.
Can I just ask one quick question?
Yes, sir.
Was it ever considered an curb entrance to the property off of Dino, or it worked better off of the other street? I mean, how are you looking at this property? Was it just always intended for the curb cut, or this was the best place for it?
Good afternoon, Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Berber, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the applicant. Just to answer that question, the Department of Transportation, this property, although it's an outlot, has long been identified for a senior housing type use, and this property owner was involved back in the late 90s and early 2000s as part of the platting of Dino Drive, the dedication, and I believe the property owner even facilitate the construction of a portion of Dino Drive. And part of that history, my understanding is that the Department of Transportation rejected any access off of Dino Drive and forced the future access of this property, knowing that it could be developed in the future, to be off of Valley Stream where that access point is located. So it was driven by Department of Transportation, not by the property owner or the project itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So in the last couple of days, we've received some community correspondence. I'm just going to touch briefly on some of the concerns. In general, we think that the staff report covers all of these concerns, but I just wanted to hit a couple bullet points for you so that way you can see. It was concerns about fitting into the neighborhood and location. Again, the master plan shows elderly housing in this location, as well as the applicant pushed the property as close to the existing commercial uses as possible. The traffic in the entrance has been reviewed by our transportation staff, as well as the transportation engineer for the project. There were some lighting concerns. We looked at the lighting plan. The lighting plan shows 0.1 foot candles at the property line or less. And then there were some screening comments. The screening meets all the requirements of Chapter 59. And then there were water runoff comments, and there was a stormwater management review with Department of Permitting Services that was accepted and said the plan can move forward. And then there were some environmental concerns that came in today about noticing for the forest conservation plan. All noticing requirements have been met, we confirmed. The endangered species was another concern. We have a letter from DNR stating there's no RTE present on site. And then the FCP requirements were not, seem to be met according to one person. And this is actually a preliminary forest conservation plan. There will be a final forest conservation plan at the time of preliminary plan with more detail. For findings, the residential care facility is consistent with the 1997 master plan. It's compatible and fits in with the surrounding neighborhood. The residential care facility will not cause undue harm or impacts on the neighborhood. And this application is meeting all the standards required for the specific use of a residential care facility in the zoning ordinance, as well as the general conditions of a conditional use in the zoning ordinance. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the preliminary forest conservation plan to the planning board, as well as we recommend approval of recommendation of approval for the conditional use for a residential care facility be transmitted to the hearing examiner. Thank you for this time. Staff's here for any questions, as well as the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We have three individuals that would like to testify. Lauren Mayer, Arpan Ghosh, and Kathy Manasco-Smith. They're all online here. We'll start with Lauren Mayer.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the chair and the board for the opportunity to testify. Please excuse any toddler interjections you hear in the background. My son is an eager participant in all things community and civil. I am a resident of the Valley Stream Estates neighborhood, and I have been here for the past 3.5 years. We moved into the neighborhood, and we have felt very fortunate to be in this area. Our proximity to the commercial properties has been mitigated by the forestation surrounding. And I think it's worth noting that we are in an area that has had 16 acreage of forest already removed for commercial purposes. And the removal of an extra 4 acres and then some without really sufficient replanting is an impactful thing for this area. Forests, as you all well know, are critical for air cleanliness, for water cleanliness, for biodiversity, and for a variety of other things. I would strongly object to the sense that a 4-story building rising over the horizon of the hill rather than trees is something that's congruous with the neighborhood. And I also question why the area was zoned for R200, which in my understanding is a residential zoning. And why conditional use if the elderly housing was considered to be a master plan. In the long term, it was clearly shifted at some point to allow for further residential homes. We as a neighborhood are very concerned with the fact that we're going to be losing even more forestry in the area, that more wildlife will be likely moving into our spaces, into our homes, and that there will just be an increase in pollution. And we find it concerning and disappointing that these kinds of concerns seem to have been put to the side for the purposes of developing the area commercially rather than expanding access to residential homes in an area in part of the county that really, really needs access to housing for residents. And with that, I will conclude my statements and thank you again for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We'd like to go now to Arpan Ghosh.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arpan Ghosh. I'm a resident and homeowner at 4308 Valley Stream Avenue since 2020, and I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'm deeply concerned about this proposed development to clear 5.86 acres of forest in Valley Stream. This plan, in its current form, it not only undermines the ecological integrity of our community, but it fails to address the fundamental aspects of responsible environmental stewardship, which is one of the largest aims of Montgomery County's council. Firstly, I do want to state that our community was not adequately informed about this significant proposal meeting that's happening today. In fact, no updates were made to the Valley Stream Avenue notice board, and 2 of the abutting property owners to the forest did not receive in the mail a notice about the hearing. So this contributed to a very quick turnaround and shuffling for our residents. Secondly, we argue that the proposed plan actually contradicts Montgomery County's environmental stewardship goals, particularly Bill 25-22 on forest conservation, which was amending Chapter 22A recently and put in effect only 9 months ago on April 3rd, 2023. So let's recall that Bill 25-22 emphasizes more planting in stream valley buffers, but today's plan set forth by the developers would actually require deforesting existing centuries-old buffers in valley stream. Over the past 2 decades, development has led to the deforestation of 16 acres adjacent to this buffer. And right now, at this moment, there are more than 5 acres of already deforested land and vacant parcels ready for development, which was already addressed earlier today, and you can see that in the map. So a practical, environmentally sound solution that complies with Bill 25-22 would potentially be to rezone and use these already cleared lands off Sandy Spring Avenue. The area is already less than half a mile from the proposed development site, and it offers a viable alternative to further prevent deforestation, which would eliminate what little is left of the forest in Valley Stream. Such an approach would benefit all parties, including the council, and legally align with sustainable practices, even if it necessitates rezoning available plots for R200. Remember, we have a responsibility as Montgomery County residents, as developers, and the council to remember that any unnecessary deforestation neglects any existing fauna, the natural habitats. These are all integral to our local ecosystem, aside from the impact that it's going to have on the residents. Now, before I conclude, I want to emphasize some numbers. Only 1.4 acres of continuous forest remain within the stream buffer in our community, which, by the way, Valley Stream Avenue, it's named after that buffer. So with all the development in the last 2 decades right in our backyard, we're only left with 1.4 acres. 0.84 of those acres is the stream buffer itself. The ongoing deforestation, it's going to erode the area's natural beauty and ecological balance. A loss incurred cannot be restored. So in conclusion, this plan is insufficient and it fails to uphold the principles of sustainable development and forest conservation in Montgomery County, including contradicting bills that were passed last year. I strongly urge the council to reconsider this proposal and work towards sustainable development. Thank you for considering this matter and my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Next is Ms. Kathy Manasco-Smith.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity of testifying. According to the developer, on one of its initial submitted drawings, the property currently has 4.18 acres of existing forest. That is 71.2% of the entire tract of 5.87 acres. There's also 0.6 acres of existing stream buffer and 0.27 acres of forest within the stream buffer. It also has a specimen tree list with notations of significant tree, variants, specimen tree. While I'm not exactly sure what they mean by these two classifications, I point out that all of the trees listed are native to the state of Maryland. This specimen tree list also does not give the number of these existing trees on the 5.87 acres. Moreover, sheet 1 of 4 of this plan states the following assumption, which is incorrect based on our research. There are no known records of readily observable archaeological, historical, and no threatened or endangered species or critical terrestrial habitat on this site. End quote. In fact, this is incorrect and it is too quick to assume, and the council must recognize the developer's major oversight here in properly recognizing this. Evidence, I bring your attention to the 1976 vegetation map of Maryland conducted by Montgomery County. The link to this map has been provided by Arpan in his email to you yesterday morning. Please note that if the only 2 areas in red, Chestnut Oak, Post Oak, Blackjack Oak Association, occurs in Burtonsville, Maryland, exactly the location proposed to destroy 5.87 acres of rare vegetation. The residents of Valley Stream Avenue request developers to reassess the habitat for threatened and endangered species, including flora and fauna that were already identified by Montgomery County Parks and Recreation and confirmed as recently as 2016. And submitted final drawings by the developer dated last December proposed forest clearing 3.44 acres of 4.18. That's 82.29% of the existing forest will be cleared. The total area of the forest to be retained, 0.74 acres. A mere 17.7% to be retained, not even 3/4 of an acre of the existing 4.18 acres of forest cover. Also on page 4, planting requirements, item 5, total reforestation and afforestation required, 1.63 acres. At the bottom, it says notes, total reforestation provided, 0.52 acres, required reforestation or forestation to be mitigated by fee in lieu for this project. There's no amount given. So paying a reforestation fine instead of actually planting, replacing trees, if this is in fact true, how is that environmentally fair and equitable for the residents of Valley Stream Avenue, or even to the residents of Montgomery County and the state of Maryland, or to the plant and animal life supported by these trees? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I think that concludes all the testimony. Maybe staff, can you just go over what are the forest conservation laws again, and what you, reforestation, what you can pay a fee in lieu, and how does that work, and how does that go to plant more?
This is a preliminary forest conservation plan. So what it does is it sets up the boundaries under the law using the worksheet, which sets afforestation and reforestation minimums that they have to do on site. And then through the math on the worksheet, it says if you clear X, you must provide Y offsite, or you have to provide X afforestation, reforestation, either on-site or off-site. The applicant then has the application then has the options on how they meet it, whether it's on-site, off-site, or via fee in lieu. In this case, the applicant is meeting it through planting on-site and through off-site. In the staff report, there was a word omitted. It should have said off-site or fee in lieu, because we have had a rash of banks that were not available in certain watersheds, so we had to make it available for people to pay fee in lieu if there was no option for a bank. But a bank would, of course, be the first option. Fee in lieu would be the last option. They are planting on-site in the Stream Valley Buffer. They're protecting the entire Stream Valley Buffer as set forth in the environmental guidelines, and planting it all in regards to that also. So it does meet all the regulations of Chapter 22A in terms of that. But all the numbers are in the staff report. There is a lot of forest clearing, but there's a lot of forest on site. It's based upon the zone, the property size, and how much is being cleared. That is under the law in terms of what the mitigation would then there be.
So can I ask a question just in that regard? I understand that this is based on the chart. One thing that is strange for me, and you know, when I was reviewing it last night, I had the same question. It's 4.18 acres of forest, and they're removing 3+ acres, and 0.7, 3/4 of acre is left. So I don't understand why the replacement based on the chart is just 1.6 acres, because it's more than 3 acres. So we just tell them to replace it, half of it. And why is that so? Why is the law written, or the requirement is written like that? It's not fair.
Well, the forest conservation law is not designed to prohibit development. It's there to replace and replenish levels of forest. And in this particular case, I believe the afforestation threshold is 20%, and the reforestation threshold, or what you have to retain on site, is 25% of the site area. And if you clear above or below those thresholds, it shifts the amount of requirement. So if you met a certain level of retainment on site, you'd have no off-site requirement. But the law does say that if you go to this point, no requirement. If you go below this point, you can't go below this point, but in between there's that area that says you can go lower than the no requirement offsite out there, in that gray area between no and yes. So it's a little bit of thing, but it is all legal. It meets the Chapter 22A, and it's very much in line with about 90% of the applications that we do here.
Yeah, I understand this in line, but I can also understand the pain that people see, that it's 4 acres of forest, and now it's just 3/4 left, and the requirement of 1.6. Can we at least see that if they could do as much as that 1.6 on site, that remedies some of the issues that they have, at least between the neighbors, that they could still be able to look at the trees rather than, because they have lost a lot of forest, and I can understand that.
Okay, a couple of points I'd like to add there is they are replanting on site a half acre, so it's going to be about 3/4 of an acre plus another, so about 1.25 acres on site in the Stream Valley buffer that will be forest and considered forest under a category 1 easement. Also, directly to the south of the site is a local park, which also has protected forest on it, which probably has another 10 acres of forest right there. With that being said, there's opportunities. Now, the standards set under the law for under 22.812 about retention is reasonable use of the property and retain as much forest as possible reasonable. Now, this development has shrank their footprint. They've developed it within the law of the conditional use and other zoning requirements, parking, building heights, et cetera, and they meet all those standards. And so if we say that they must retain more forest than what they're doing now, you're going to be taking away development rights from the property owner, which is fine if we want to go that way. But what you're saying then is that it's unreasonable for them to build what's shown on the plan.
I am not saying that. I'm saying that is that any way that we could work with the cooperation of the development to keep not to go off-site. As much as possible, we stay on site. That the 1.6 that they're replacing to be done as much as possible on site. Not off-site or in lieu of fee.
I think we might be talking about a half acre, but the applicant also, I think, may have a presentation, or maybe they can think about this in their response, and we'll certainly think as they're perhaps going through, if that's okay.
So I'd like the applicant to give whatever presentation you had planned to give, and respond to comments already made. Questions, okay?
Thank you. Again, for the record, Suli Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Berber, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate all of staff's work, and it's been a long time getting this matter to the board. I recall being in your former Georgia Avenue building in one of the first meetings that we had with staff and talking about the design of the building itself. And we're proud to be here today. The design of the building has come a long way. And I understand the concerns raised about the forest removal. Again, this site has been identified in the master plan, the Fairland master plan since 1997 for a senior housing use. And so there's always that push and pull between forestation, keeping the natural environment versus the built environment. And obviously, the homes that are adjoining us, in order to develop those homes, forest was likely taken down, and to develop the subdivisions in that area to creation of homes. In terms of what we can retain on site, I think staff is absolutely right that the purpose of the forest conservation law, in conjunction with your master plan, your zoning ordinance, all of those regulatory constructs are designed to work together and to seek a balance. While some might, favor a balance tilting in one way versus another, the land use is also designed to serve as a transitional buffer to lower density uses. And so we believe that what we're proposing, as senior housing, with the design and the care and the thought that has been put to the design of the site, serves as a transitional residential use between the lower density single family to the more intense commercial industrial. And that was the intent of the master plan. That it's not just trees and the natural environment that can effectively serve a community to provide buffer from the types of uses that might be too onerous or undesirable for a community. This use, I would put forth, it serves as that transitional buffer. And in addition to retaining for as much forest as we can on the site, we are providing a buffer along that southern plan south to what you're seeing. I believe you're looking at what I'm looking at in front of me, plan south, which is where it's adjacent to the residential at that point. It's not shaded in green because it's not forest conservation easement area, but that if you had our landscape plan in front of you, you would show that there's a planted buffer there. The other point to note is that our site is lower than the single-family community, such that it drops. So when you have a planted buffer along that planned south edge, it will grow and it will screen. It will serve to screen a significant portion of the building in very short order. But, you know, to the extent that you want it to be screened, I mean, we have put a lot of thought, and you can see it from the elevations that have been included in the staff report. In the design, it's a contemporary design with a traditional feel. The materials are rich, they're aesthetic. A lot of thought has been put into the articulation, the fenestrations, all the things that you want to put into a building, such that personally, I would want to look at that building. And it was designed with that mindset. We have the architect here to speak to sort of the design thought process that went into that. The community itself, the community itself, the senior community, there's 3 levels of care. I mean, there's the independent units, but there's the assisted living and memory care. As you heard from staff, there's a significant amount of amenities that will serve the residents there, that if they want to avail themselves of the social, you know, the personal care needs, it will be readily accessible, such that, you know, the amount of trips that, or a single resident would not have to get in their car to make trips unnecessarily. This is a highly amenitized project, and we are very proud of what we think we can bring to this community. We hope that as the community learns more about the project, that they will come to appreciate that this will be their neighbor. But in terms of the forest on-site, you know, retention, it really does come down to, you know, more forest on-site does take away our parking. We're basically at the minimum required parking. We're not over parking the site at all. There's no need to. But we don't have any way to, you know, reduce that number. That's the code required parking for our staff and for the residents that are required. And we meet the height requirement. But as I said, the height of the building is measured off of the frontage, the average grade across the front of the buildings. But our site itself is lower than the adjacent residential homes, such that they're not being overshadowed by this building. I don't know if I want to turn to my, if there's anything you wanted to add.
Yeah, so like just if you have any, let
No,
me just have
yeah.
a couple questions. So, so you said there are 88 or so just independent. So those are like like low apartments. Is that what it is?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then the other is the beds in a assisted living.
Assisted-
And then you said there was, just so Vice Chair Pedalum could see, there was a landscape plan. So that whatever around the buffer, did you pull that up? I'm sorry. Okay, but there was so all what you see around the perimeter site, there'll be a landscape plan. There's a landscape.
Along that, especially along that southern, yes, down at the bottom there, right there.
There's a landscape plan.
Right. So
Okay.
as part of the process with staff, the evolution of the design of the layout of the site, we were encouraged to push the building further, plan north, closer to the industrial areas of the vicinity, and to create a wider buffer. And you see stormwater management, there's stormwater management down there, and then that whole side is essentially will be planted with landscaping to help screen the view. There is one home that is most immediately adjacent to the site that, you know, we are very aware of, and we're screening all along that common line,
Okay.
common boundary.
Great. And then in this type of use or plan, there is no public there are no public amenities are required? Just out of curiosity, okay, there's no, okay, no public amenity required.
I know you can't hear a head shake. No, there's not public amenities required by the code, by the
Okay.
zoning ordinance.
Okay, great. So I have no further questions or?
I have some
okay,
questions. Mr. Ghosh, who's a community member and provided public comment today, mentioned that he had concerns about the notice and the opportunity to be heard. With regards to notice, do you believe that all the notice, and this is to our staff, do you believe that all the notice requirements were met, and what efforts were given to give the residents notice so that they could make appropriate comment today? Thanks.
Thank you. Josh Pennigan. I'll just go ahead and address that. I did check today before the hearing to make sure, but all the notice requirements were met. I have a copy of the notice that's stamped by the post office. We did mail it on the 12th of the January. The stamp going out of the post office was the 16th, so it might have to do with the deadline. It might have to do with the holiday on that Monday. Could have caused delays. But our mailing requirement, which was 10 days ahead of time, was met. Our online posting of 10 days was met, and the site has been posted throughout the duration of the process with contact information of how to contact staff since the beginning application all the way through the process. Staff was out there this morning. The signs are still there present today.
Taking into consideration the weather events last week, did you check whether or not the mail was delayed in being received by the residents of the community? I know that with regards to our business office, mail was delayed because of the weather. And do the notice requirements take into consideration weather events and the proper notice? My concern, again, is making sure that the citizens have a fair opportunity to be heard, and making sure that they don't receive the disadvantage of weather. Thanks.
I can't speak for this direct area. I live about 5 miles due south of here. We did not have any mail disruptions on the residential end during that week. That's what I can speak to. I don't know about that specific route up there. But I will say that this is a conditional use. This is just the first rung in reviews and approvals. We're putting a recommendation in. There's also noticing going out from the hearing examiner. And that process also take place. That'll have its own separate noticing, and that hearing will also have its notice of hearing also going on. So this is, while there may have been some snow-related or other related things, the requirements by law were met. Unfortunately, it was a bad week for weather-related events. But once again, they did get notice. They noticed that they said they had a week of notice. Unfortunately, it's not the full 10 days, but they had some notice there. And this is just the first step in a long process where they will get additional notices that are put out by the hearing examiner's office, which is the official ruling for this conditional use application.
Can they submit written comments up to next week or something to you guys, or the thing is going to close today?
At any point from this point, from the hearing forward, we can only do what the planning board has put in as our recommendation to the hearing examiner. Anything that comes in after today should be addressed to the hearing examiner's office.
Okay.
Were there other designs considered that would have maintained more of the forest than this design that's currently before us?
This is actually a minimized design. Originally, they had more impacts to the stream valley buffer. Staff was very adamant about getting them out of the buffer. We also, if you see on the rear of the property, and I don't know if you can see the slide here, but they have an outfall that's in the back here on what's sheet 3. Mark's pointing at it with the cursor. That was further out. We made them find an alternative spot to outfall, and then we sent them back to DPS to get that new outfall approved in a different location. That removed less forest to do so. The stormwater management features were lengthened instead of widened. We went through every possible aspect of this plan to shrink the on-site capacities without limiting the other restrictions, fire and rescue, parking, et cetera, which are other codes that they also had to meet. But we took every opportunity that we had to maximize the forest save on property.
Last week, we had a presentation with regards to residential care facility, which I did not vote in favor of. But one of the things that they took great measure in is making sure that the development fit into the overall look, feel, and character of the community. I didn't see anything or hear anything in this presentation with regards to the design and look of the building. I know that they're using outstanding materials with regards to it being a pleasant appearance and of significant architectural design, but I didn't hear anything with regards to blending into the community.
I will take a first
yeah.
jab at it, and then I'll defer to the client on the materials. I will say, this compared to Ruby Drive, which was the item you had last week, which was my item, I presented it to you, is much different. This is on the edge, a transition area between a commercial area and a residential area. Ruby Drive was smack dab in the middle of two residential areas, so that the massing and the size and the footprints of those buildings was much more concerned because it was right in the middle of a residential area. This is at one edge as a transition zone between more industrial uses to low-density residential housing. And so that's why it wasn't looked at in the same fashion, but we did look at the architecturals and the designs, and our design staff did look at this throughout the process, both from the concept plan all the way moving forward to the design that you saw for you today. And I'm sure if there's any more conditions that the planning board has about materials, et cetera, we could add that into our transmittal if that's what you'd like. But we have been working on the aspect of how it looks in the community. We tried to push it as far away from the residential units as possible. We tried to make it a focal point on the front instead of a side, because if you saw that front slide that Mark had, that front was a normal building. We increased that to say, hey, look, we need a focal point up here on the street to make this look like it's welcoming, warm community, not just the edge or a side of a building. We have the entrance at the rear of the building, so most of the traffic comes in and off and out of sight before it enters, so you're not immediately on site into a pull-off area. So there was a lot of design work done. It just wasn't looked at as deeply in the scope of terms of the report or this, because it didn't have the same characteristics of Ruby Drive last week.
Finally, I used to live on McNew Drive and 198, and used to work at the Blockbuster Video at the now shopping center where the new market is. And before the ICC overpass was there, and it was just old Columbia Pike, Route 29. One of my concerns with regards to this installation of the new development is the traffic and the light and the ingress and egress to the site and the burden that will place upon the community's members there. I still have family that live on McNew Road in Burtonsville, and then going to visit them and then exiting off of McNew Road onto 198 is very problematic. Will the people exiting this facility now be able to turn left on 198 and go west, or will they have to exit on 198, turn right, go down to McNew Road and swing a U-turn? And are new traffic patterns in consideration for the residents that currently live there? Thanks.
So again, for the, excuse me, for the record, Mark Beal. Dino Drive comes out right here. There's actually a break in the median, and you can go all the way, you can make a left or right out of here. You can.
I don't know if you're familiar with the speed and the precariousness of that intersection. So what is being done to assist or aid in that, or is it too early in the process to talk about that? Thanks.
Go ahead if you want to.
We have our traffic engineer. I think you heard that from your transportation planner that the number of trips generated from the project did not rise to the level of a LATR analysis. However, knowing that, you know, this could be an issue, the applicant did undertake a further just internal assessment so that the project would know, you know, what might be the concerns of the neighborhood, asked Mr. Wilson to look at that very issue. And so I'm going to ask him to give a quick summary of his findings.
Sure. Carl Wilson with the Traffic Group. We did take a look at the intersection of Maryland 198 and Dino Drive. We did a traffic count there back in 2022. And we did a full traffic signal warrant analysis at the intersection. That's basically what Maryland State Highway Administration, who controls the intersection, would require us to look at if a traffic signal was to be installed at this location. First of all, it's important to recognize that our site is going to have very few trips. It's a very, very small trip generator. In fact, it's actually below the threshold for requiring a full local area transportation review. And that's partially because a lot of the trips will be staff-related. The residents will remain on site, and they won't be driving at peak times. With regard to the signal warrant analysis, we showed that a signal is not warranted at that intersection of Maryland 198 and Dino Drive, and that's primarily a result of the minor street traffic, that Dino Drive approach. Part of the signal warrant is we look at volumes throughout the day over a 12-hour period. The volumes are heavy enough on Maryland 198 that would require or allow a signal to be put in. But along Dino Drive, the volumes are not high enough. They don't reach the thresholds as to where State Highway would permit the signal to go in.
I might add to that. Sorry, if I might add to that, I know maybe our community members might take offense by the use of the word warrant, because it is a term of art, and it's not that, the typical layman's understanding of that it's justified or warranted. It is actually a threshold standard that has to be made in order for State Highway Administration to approve a signal at that intersection. And based on just the community and the adjacent industrial uses, there aren't enough cars impacting at Dino and 198, even with our development added, that the numbers don't get us to high enough such that State Highway would even consider fully signalizing that intersection.
Okay, any more? You can.
I do have one more question, and this is for staff. One of the things that I've often seen in some of the developments are implementation of sidewalks and bicycle lanes and the like. Are we too early in that process with regards to considering bicycle lanes or walkways, taking into considerations being placed in a neighborhood with community residents now? Thanks.
Actually, Brett, are you online? I think you might want to jump
Yes,
in here for
sorry.
a moment. Go ahead.
Sure. Again, for the record, Brett Brown of County Transportation. That is a really good question. The issue with Dino Drive and by extension Valley Stream is that there are no master plan bicycle or pedestrian facilities. So the inclusion of the side path is related to complete streets based on the street classification for both Dino Drive and Valley Stream. It's kind of an unfortunate situation. Because of the LATR study, because they are exempt from doing a further study, the applicant does not have to do any further offsite improvements, which would include extending a sidewalk, farther down Valley Stream. There is a sidewalk on Dino Drive, and there is a side path along the southern half of 198, but it terminates right at Dino Drive once you approach that intersection. So because there really isn't anything in the master plan to warrant, separated bike lanes or anything like that, that's not something that we typically look at unless there's a full-scale study that's done to say, yes, we would need, buffered bike lanes or something like that.
Okay. Yes, so I'd like to say that, I understand there's a lot of spirited discussion. I understand that we would like to save as much forest as possible. I do see that this was part of the master plan to have a senior facility here. Senior facilities are definitely needed. They push the height to the furthest to the west side of the property. It looks like an attractive design. The applicants work with staff to minimize as much as possible. I would recommend that we move forward with this project with the comments based on as per the staff's report with any clarifications based in the staff report. And if you have any further questions or comments, I'd like a motion for approval.
Yeah. I move that can we start with the preliminary forest plan, or do we go to something? Okay. So I move that we approve preliminary forest conservation plan number F 2023-0060.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0.
And then I'll move that we approve, or that we approve the transmittal of comments to the hearing examiner regarding conditional use number CU 2023-12.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Look forward to the next step of your process. And this ends our planning board hearing for today. Thank you very much.